Chapter 22:13. Feiyu stood there and did not speak for a long time. He was not thinking about how to kill Ling Xiao to avenge his family, but how to clear his ties with his family. The 8 Immortal Mountain could tolerate his mistakes, but they could not tolerate his betrayal, even if he was a genius. What about the other evidence you mentioned? The Black Immortal Mountain Master asked. It's Shunchang's corpse. The Devil Shadow Sect's martial artists will produce demonic seeds during their cultivation. Although Shuncheng has not been in the Devil Shadow Sect for long, he should have a demonic seed as well. However, the possibility is not high. You will know once you investigate. Ling Xiao took out Shuncheng's corpse from the beast ring and handed it to the Black Immortal Mountain Master. All right, Ling Xiao, you can rest assured about this. The sect will not let a traitor go, but they will not be willing to let a good person go either. Feiyu, don't you have something to explain to the sect? Lin Ruoxian comforted Ling Xiao and then looked at Feiyu. I will explain clearly. Feiyu snorted, glanced at Ling Xiao, and then flew away. Obviously, he would not let Ling Xiao go so easily. However, before dealing with Ling Xiao, he had to solve his own problems first. Lin Ruoxian also prepared to leave with Ling Xiao's evidence. However, he was stopped by Ling Xiao. Lord Deacon, here is a letter that I found on Mo Lauer's body. I am not sure if it is true, but I hope the sect can take it seriously. Ling Xiao was afraid that he would not be able to do the vampiric sacrifice alone, so he needed the help of the 8 Immortal Mountain's higher-ups. As long as the higher-ups of the 8 Immortal Mountain were willing to help, the 8 Immortal City would not be infiltrated by the Devil Shadow Sect so quickly. It would be of some help. This information is too important. Ling Xiao, you did well. Keep up the good work in the future. Lin Ruoxian smiled and left. Fengru, take good care of Ling Xiao. I need to make a statement to the higher-ups about this matter, so I'll take my leave first. The Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord warned Fengru before leaving as well. This mountain chieftain had always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Who knew when the next time they would meet would be? Not long after the 3 of them left, Ling Xiao's identity card lit up, and he automatically received some information in his mind. This information told him that he had passed the entrance assessment mission and received a reward of 100 contribution points from the sect. 100 contribution points. How can there be so many points? Logically speaking, even if you complete the entrance examination, getting 50 points is already a record, but you actually got 100 points. Fengru, who was standing at the side, exclaimed when she saw the contribution points displayed on the identity card. Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. However, thinking about it carefully, he had discovered the Shadow Devil Sect's scheme and destroyed the Shadow Devil Sect's lair in North Peak Town. It was normal for him to receive these contribution points. Thinking about it, it wasn't that strange. That's right, Senior Sister Feng. Where's Chun-He? Wasn't he also on a mission? Why isn't he back yet? His matter had come to an end for the time being. Ling Xiao began to care about his underling, Chan-He. He didn't expect Fengru's expression to suddenly turn ugly at the mention of Chan-He. Something happened to Chan-He? Ling Xiao frowned and asked.
Yes.
Fengru nodded and said, What's going on? With Chan-He's cultivation, it shouldn't be possible for something to happen to him when he's just on an assessment mission, right? Ling Xiao guessed that there must be something wrong. It's better that you don't know. You've already offended Feiyu. Don't offend anyone else. Fengru opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. If you don't want to tell me, then I'll investigate it myself. Anyway, I'll find out eventually. Although Chan-He and I haven't known each other for long, he called me boss. I can't let him die without knowing why. Ling Xiao said coldly. He's not necessarily dead. Fengru shook her head and said, Forget it, I don't want you to get into trouble again. I'll tell you. Other than Zhou Tong from the Black Immortal Mountain, Sha Hai from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain was also on the mission with Chan-He. I heard from senior brother Zhou Tong that Sha Hai and Chan-He had a disagreement during the mission. In the end, the 2 of them fought, and Chan-He was knocked off the cliff by Sha Hai. I don't know if he's dead. However, senior brother Zhou Tong didn't find Chan-He's body and came back to report. Sha Hai from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain? Who is this Sha Hai? He's even stronger than Chan-He?
Ling Xiao frowned and asked.
Previously, I only told you about the situation at the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. I didn't tell you about the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. The three major clans of the 8 Immortal County control the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. The disciples of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain can only reach the peak of the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. The upper 8 Immortal Mountain is much more powerful. The 8 mountains represent the 8 ancient clans. They all have powerful martial souls passed down from their clans. They are the true masters of the 8 Immortal County. Even the imperial court of the Qin nation can't do anything to them. This Sha Hai is related to the Sha clan of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. The noble blood of the Sha clan flows in his body. He also has the Sha clan's martial soul. That's why he was assigned to the strongest of the lower 8 Immortal Mountains, the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, to cultivate. Moreover, this Sha Hai is a reincarnation realm martial artist like you. I see. I don't care if he's Sha Hai or a Sha Dog. However, since he killed my little brother, I'll make him pay with his blood. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. I advise you not to think about it. Feng Ru shook her head and said, Sha Hai is different from Mo Feiyu. Although Mo Feiyu is a disciple of the upper 8 immortals, he's just an outsider. Although Sha Hai is a disciple of the lower 8 immortals, he's a noble of the 8 Immortal Mountain. To put it bluntly, outsiders like us are actually working for the 8 ancient clans. We're their servants, and hired thugs. Have you ever seen a servant of a clan who beats up their master? Therefore, there won't be any problem for Sha Hai to kill Qinhe because he's the master. However, if you hurt Sha Hai, you'll be committing treason. What kind of **T argument is that? They're just a clan behind the scenes of the 8 Immortal Mountain. They really think they're something. I've seen clans that are older than them, but they didn't dare to be so arrogant. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, you're really boasting shamelessly. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. This voice was actually from Feng Yu. The last time he drugged this guy's wine, did it not take effect? No, it had been a few days. It was impossible for it not to take effect. It seemed like it had been cured by someone else. However, it didn't matter. He wasn't afraid of Feng Yu at all. With his current cultivation, it would be easy for him to kill Feng Yu. Are you surprised that I'm still alive and kicking? Why wasn't he killed by your poison? Chapter 22:14. Lord Sansi? Ling Xiao said with a smile. A dignified disciple of Black Immortal Mountain actually dares to call a disciple of Scarlet Immortal Mountain as Lord. You really have low self-esteem. Idiot, what do you know? Lord Sansi's cultivation is about to reach Yin-Yang realm's second layer of hell, and the time he entered reincarnation was only 1 year earlier than you. Of course, this doesn't mean anything. The key point is that Lord Sansi has the ancient and noble blood of the Sand Race. His martial spirit is powerful and mysterious. Not only is his potential much stronger than yours, his martial spirit is much stronger than yours, and his cultivation is also much stronger than yours. Don't think that just because you killed that trash Xinchong, you are very powerful. There are many people in 8 Immortal Mountain who are more powerful than Xinchong. Feng Yu looked at Ling Xiao with disdain, as if he was looking at an insignificant insect. That kind of sarcasm and indifference is too obvious. Although junior brother Feng Yu's words are a bit excessive, there is one thing he is right about. In this world, diligent cultivation will never be able to compare to having a noble bloodline and a powerful martial spirit. You might not know, but even if you enter reincarnation, there are rules to follow. The nobler the origin and the nobler the bloodline of a martial artist, the better their fate after entering reincarnation. And you? You were actually thrown to a small place like Yuhua Town and were almost abandoned by your family. This shows that your bloodline is really trash. Just based on this, you can't compare to Lord Sansi. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think about revenge. Otherwise, you will die very miserably. The one who suddenly appeared and said these infuriating words is Zhou Tong. Origin? Bloodline? What a joke. When the human king established the world, what kind of bloodline does he have? What kind of origin? He is just an ordinary martial artist. Ling Xiao said with disdain. The so-called noble bloodline, noble origin, is just a joke of the later generations. The truly powerful ones are the first generation. You said that my origin is lowly? You said that I don't have a noble bloodline? Then let's wait and see. One day, I will let my bloodline become the noblest bloodline in the profound world, and let my descendants enjoy this noble origin. Oh, I almost forgot. You might not live to see that day. Ling Xiao looked at Zhou Tong and Feng Yu. His emotions were stirred, but his eyes were cold. He had never believed in any *T bloodline theory. Even an ordinary beggar could obtain a powerful martial spirit and become stronger. Man's fate was not fixed in stone. Although having a noble bloodline would indeed make things more convenient, it was definitely not the deciding factor. The decisive conditions were still hard work, tenacity, and one's talent. No matter how noble your bloodline is, if you're a useless deacon, then what's the point? Everyone knows how to boast. I almost forgot. You've already completed the entrance exam, so the next step is the entrance trial. This trial ground was the first level of the ghost prison of the 8 Immortal Mountain. That's the safest place in the ghost prison, but to rookies like you, it's still a nightmare. Zhou Tong said with a smile. Looking at Zhou Tong's smile, Ling Xiao suspected that Chen He's fall off the cliff had an inseparable relationship with this guy. Otherwise, with Zhou Tong's strength, wanting to stop the Sand Sea was still relatively easy. However, he was more concerned about the entrance trial that Zhou Tong was talking about. Just as he was about to ask, Zhou Tong explained with a smile, the entrance trial is prepared for those talented disciples. You're really very proud to be chosen. But to put it bluntly, you're just a foil to Lord Sand Sea. The ghost prison is a small world, and the first level of the ghost prison imprisons the fiercest prisoners and demon beasts in the first level of the yin-yang realm of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Entering the trial is not only a test for you, but also a great benefit to your cultivation. Of course, you're just going to accompany the Crown Prince to study. Don't die in there. Otherwise, Lord Sand Sea will lose a fun toy. Why is that guy in the desert ocean targeting me and Chen He? Ling Xiao asked. You're wrong. You're not worthy of being targeted by Lord Sand Sea. He's just bored and wants to play with you. It's the same for Chen He. I didn't expect Chen He to be so useless and be played to death so easily. Zhou Tong said with a smile. Hearing Zhou Tong's words, Ling Xiao's face suddenly turned extremely cold. It wasn't because of hatred, but because he thought it was fun to kill Chen He and play him to death. This Sand Sea was even more disgusting than Shen Chong. Fine. In the entrance trial's ghost prison, I'll let this Sand Sea have a taste of being played to death. What Ling Xiao liked to do the most was to give someone a taste of their own medicine. Since Sand Sea wanted to play with him, then he'll play with Sand Sea to death. Haha, looks like you really plan on participating in the entrance trial. There really are a lot of reckless people. Fine, I hope you don't die in there. Zhou Tong laughed loudly and turned to leave. In fact, the reason he came here was because of Sand Sea's orders. If Ling Xiao refused to participate in the entrance trial, Zhou Tong would think of a way to deal with Ling Xiao and give Sand Sea some entertainment. If Ling Xiao was willing to participate in the entrance trial, then there would naturally be no need. After Zhou Tong left, Feng Yu also said sarcastically, "TSK, to dare offend Lord Sand Sea, I've never seen such a stupid person. Senior brother, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't jump around like that in the future." After saying that, he suddenly attacked, wanting to ruthlessly slap Ling Xiao's face to take revenge on Ling Xiao for poisoning his wine. Ling Xiao, be careful. Feng Ru became anxious when she saw this scene and shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Her cultivation is really not much. It's impossible to block Feng Yu's attack. However, his weak body continued to resist with all its might. Senior brother, don't. In Feng Ru's innocent heart, Ling Xiao was recruited by her into Black Immortal Mountain, so she was responsible for Ling Xiao's life and safety. Now that Chunhe's life and death were unknown, she didn't want Ling Xiao to walk on the same path. However, Feng Yu's speed is much faster than her. Her body was even blown away by the terrifying force, and she crashed heavily into a rock at the side. Bullying a woman, you scum are really hopeless. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Yu. The poison last time didn't work, so he was angry in his heart. He didn't expect that this guy would actually send himself to his door. All right, then I'll give him a little punishment. Slap. Suddenly, The crisp sound of a slap rang out from the mountain peak. Before Feng Yu could understand what was going on, she was already sent flying and crashed even more miserably than Feng Ru. For a long time, she couldn't get up. When Feng Ru saw this scene, she was so surprised that her small mouth opened wide, as if a goose egg was stuffed in it. Chapter 22:15. Senior sister, are you okay? Just when Feng Ru was shocked, her body was gently helped up by Ling Xiao. His gentle words sounded in her ear, making Feng Ru's cheeks blush. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Feng Ru shook her head and said, but what happened just now? I seem to have an illusion. Senior brother Feng Yu was sent flying by you? That's not an illusion, it's real. Ling Xiao said with a smile, from today onwards, I will be your backer, senior sister. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me and I will help you deal with him. Although she had received a positive answer from Ling Xiao, Feng Ru still couldn't believe that it was a fact. The dignified Feng Yu was sent flying by Ling Xiao, who had just entered the sect for a few days. No one would believe it. Don't talk about him. Feng Yu himself didn't believe it. At this moment, he thought that someone had helped Ling Xiao to hit him. He was so scared that his eyes rolled around. No need to look, you are not my opponent at all. The last time I poisoned you, I didn't poison you. But this slap can be regarded as a lesson for you. Seeing that we are still fellow disciples, I won't kill you. Hurry up and get out of here. Remember, don't provoke me in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you off so easily like this time. I will definitely make you die very ugly. Ling Xiao stepped forward and patted Feng Yu's face. Feng Yu jumped up in fright and scrambled away. Why do people like to ask for trouble these days? Ling Xiao looked indifferently at Feng Yu, who ran away and couldn't help but shake his head. He joined the Eight Immortals Mountain just to use it as a springboard to restore his strength as soon as possible. He never thought of making enemies, but after coming to the Eight Immortals City, trouble kept coming. It seems that in this mysterious world, even if you don't want to cause trouble, trouble may keep coming to you. This is the reality, the inevitable reality. Ling Xiao, do you really want to participate in the entrance trial? Actually, this trial isn't necessary. At this time, Feng Ru had recovered from the shock of Ling Xiao's attack on Feng Yu, and said worriedly, what do you mean? Could it be that senior sister Feng doesn't want me to participate? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Let me make it clear first. It's not that senior sister is looking down on you, nor is it that senior sister doesn't want you to participate. It's just that the Sea of Sand is too powerful. Among the disciples of the lower Eight Immortals, he was the strongest in the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. In this time's entrance trial, he was basically guaranteed to get first place. It's not that I don't think you're capable, but that guy is just too strong. Even if you're really stronger than him, don't forget that Shanghai isn't alone. 7 out of 10 disciples participating in the entrance trial are his lackeys. He has the advantage in numbers, and you're alone. It's very dangerous. Although Feng Ru also didn't want Ling Xiao to participate in the entrance trial, the emotions she showed were completely different. Zhou Tong and Feng Yu were full of disdain and ridicule. Feng Ru, on the other hand, was full of concern for him. Ling Xiao wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for him. He naturally wouldn't object to this kind of concern. He casually took out a Yin-Yang Hell Pill and 10 Yin-Yang Origin Force Pills and handed them to Feng Ru. Senior sister, I, Ling Xiao, will remember your concern for me. These are for you. Right now, I'm actually not worried about myself. What I'm most worried about is that something will happen to senior sister. Your cultivation is really too weak. However, with these 2 pills I'm giving you, it'll quickly improve. However, senior sister, you'd better find a martial skill that can hide your cultivation. Keep a low profile for the time being. Perhaps Chun He was too high profile, and that's why he was targeted by Shanghai. This won't do. This is too precious. How can I accept it? Feng Ru looked at the pills in Ling Xiao's hand. To be honest, she really needed these pills. However, she didn't dare to accept them. In the past, there were people who treated her so well. However, that was just an act. They coveted her body. In the end, senior sister still doesn't believe me. Ling Xiao casually placed the things in Feng Ru's hand and said, don't worry. I won't ask you to do anything for me. Distance tests a horse's strength. Time reveals a person's heart. Senior sister will soon know what kind of person I am. In fact, Feng Ru was on guard against Ling Xiao. How could Ling Xiao not be on guard against Feng Ru? If not for his return this time, letting him feel Feng Ru's true concern for him, he wouldn't have given the Yin Yang Hell pill to Feng Ru. One had to know that he had only used 10 of these Yin Yang Hell pills. One of them was given to Lin Yang. The remaining 9 pills had always been on him. The reason why he didn't give them to Feng Ru earlier was to test Feng Ru's feelings. Now, Ling Xiao could basically confirm that Feng Ru didn't have any other intentions towards him. She was just a pure and good girl. Ling Xiao had seen such a girl before. The profound world was very big. There really were all kinds of people. Some people were detestable, while some people were always lovable. After giving the things to Feng Ru, Ling Xiao didn't wait for Feng Ru to refuse and left. He had completed the entrance examination this time and received 100 contribution points. To be honest, he didn't know how much these 100 contribution points were worth. Therefore, he planned to go to the Good Reward and Evil Hall to see what these contribution points could be exchanged for. The Good Reward and Evil Hall was very big. It was divided into the outer hall, the middle hall, and the inner hall. The disciples of the lower 8 immortals were generally only qualified to enter the outer hall and the middle hall. The inner hall was exclusive to the disciples of the upper 8 immortals. Even the entrance was exclusive. Perhaps in the eyes of those so-called nobles, walking together with the disciples of the lower 8 immortals and even breathing the same air would make them feel uncomfortable. As usual, Ling Xiao still hid his cultivation level. He only showed the power of a half-step in Yang Realm 10th level. He didn't deliberately hide it too low. If it was too low, it would be easier to attract attention. And the lower he hid it, the harder it would be and the easier it would be to be exposed. His current cultivation level was the early stage of the Yin Yang Realm 1st level of Hell. Hiding his half-step Yin Yang Realm cultivation level, the 10th level power was just right. There was an endless stream of people near the Good Reward and Evil Hall. Although the number of people here couldn't be compared to the 8 Immortals County City, it wasn't inferior. The 8 Immortals Mountain had been established for so many years. The number of disciples had reached a terrifying level. Perhaps it was because of this that the number of disciples they recruited was decreasing. Among the disciples of the lower 8 immortals, there were quite a few in Yang Realm 1st level of Hell. Ling Xiao didn't pay much attention to it when he was on the Black Immortal Mountain, but when he really came to the Good Reward and Evil Hall, he realized that it was almost impossible to see 1 or 2 in Yang Realm 1st level of Hell in a place like Ascension Town. Anyone you met here could be a Yin Yang Realm 1st level cultivator. Chapter 22:16. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao saw many Yin Yang Realm martial artists on the 1st level of Hell along the way, so it was not strange. After all, other than the Black Immortal Mountain, every mountain in the 8 Immortal Mountains had more than 2,000 disciples. There were at least 1 Yin Yang Realm martial artist on the 1st level of Hell. However, Yin Yang Realm martial artists on the 2nd level of Hell were rare. Since Ling Xiao joined the 8 Immortal Mountain, he had only seen Ho Renfeng and Zhou Tong. Of course, the Black Immortal Mountain Master did not count. Ling Xiao could not see how terrifying that guy's cultivation was. Even with the Tai Chi eye, he could not see clearly. It was probably because the gap was too big. In addition, such experts were usually good at hiding their cultivation. It was not impossible for them to hide their cultivation. Soon, Ling Xiao arrived at the outer hall of the Reward and Punish Evil Hall. This was the only place he could enter at the moment. With his current status and cultivation, he could not even enter the middle hall, let alone the inner hall. Moreover, it was said that the Reward and Punish Evil Hall had a core hall. Only the outstanding disciples of the upper 8 immortals were qualified to enter. In other words, only the top 10 disciples of the upper 8 immortals were qualified to enter. Ling Xiao did not even want to go to such a place. He only cared about the things in the outer hall. If he could not find what he wanted, he could just save his contribution points. After all, they would be useful in the future. However, there were many good things in the outer hall of the 8 Immortal Mountain. He could find all the herbs he bought at the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. This way, he could compare the true value of contribution points. A hell fruit used to refine the yin-yang hell pill would cost 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. But here, it only required a mere 20 contribution points. In that case, 100 contribution points was equivalent to 500,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Moreover, some things could not be bought with spirit stones, but could be exchanged for with contribution points. This hell fruit was not inferior to the 4 hell fruits outside Yuhua town. Back then, they fought to the death for the hell fruit. However, in the 8 Immortals city, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones could buy 1. In the 8 Immortals mountain, 20 contribution points could buy 1. This was the difference between them. As expected, people still had to climb higher. The higher they climbed, the more good things they would get. If they were always stuck in a small place, then their life would be over. It was no wonder that those hidden experts would find themselves behind the times after a few decades when they reappeared in the Jianghu. This was what they meant by, if you don't advance, you'll fall behind. If you stagnate while others continue to improve, the gap between you and them will naturally appear. However, he was not in a hurry to obtain the hell fruit. He only bought one and planned to refine it into a yin-yang hell pill. Not only could the yin-yang hell pill help a half-step yin-yang realm warrior break through to the yin-yang realm, but it was also more effective than the yin-yang essence force pill. In terms of replenishing elemental energy and stamina, it was a two-pronged approach. It was unlike the yin-yang elemental energy pill, which could only replenish elemental energy and not physical strength. Therefore, it was better to keep some of it with him. He spent 20 contribution points to exchange for a hell fruit. After that, Ling Xiao spent another 30 contribution points to exchange for soul gems for his master and Shan Dian. When Yuan Venerate and Shan Dian helped him, they would consume their soul power. If they did not have anything to nourish their soul, they would dissipate sooner or later. Although he had already purchased some soul gems from Lin Fengyuan at the Sky Dragon trading firm, he would never complain about having too many of them. Disciple, don't waste your contribution points on us. The most important thing now is to improve your cultivation. Let's see what good things we can exchange for. Yuan Venerate reminded him. That's right, Master. We will only feel safe if you are strong. Xindian agreed. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't think there is anything good in the outer hall worth exchanging for. The Moonlight Meteor Step and the Falling Star Sword Art are already enough for me. Although the Moonlight Meteor Step only has one move, it will still take a lot of time to cultivate it to the perfection stage. As for the Falling Star Sword Art, I have only cultivated the first move to the perfection stage so far. I have only just comprehended the second move. Therefore, I really don't need to learn so many martial arts. They are all miscellaneous and not proficient. Ling Xiao wanted to take a look at the martial arts of the inner hall, but he really wasn't interested in the outer hall. That might not be the case. Don't forget that your immortality seal was obtained in the martial arts hall of the Ling family. Who would have thought that the Ling family would actually possess such a formidable martial art? Therefore, let's take a look first. Given your foresight, you will definitely be able to discover treasures that others can't. Yuan Venerate reminded him. That's true. Let me take a look. Ling Xiao, who felt that Yuan Venerate's words made sense, started to wander around the outer hall carefully. It wasn't just the martial district. He lingered for a while in almost every district so that he wouldn't miss out on any good things. Just as Yuan Venerate had said, his Taiji eye wasn't just for show. Unfortunately, he didn't discover any treasures in the martial district that were worth exchanging for now. There was nothing in the spirit medicine district either. There was nothing in the magic weapon district either. There was nothing in the materials district either. This was a special area that included materials for refining weapons and arrays. There were also some supplementary materials for alchemy. Ling Xiao spent another 10 contribution points to purchase a large amount of supplementary materials. Others might not need them, but he could use them for alchemy. These supplementary materials could greatly enhance the effects of elixirs. Furthermore, they were very affordable. In the end, he got a little bored and wanted to return to alchemy. However, under the urging of Yuan Venerate, he finally went to the last district, the miscellaneous district. The so-called miscellaneous district was filled with things that martialists had brought back from the outside. However, nobody knew what these things were used for. Some of them were very cheap and only cost 1 contribution point, while others were worth hundreds of contribution points. The price difference was huge. Huh, what's that? Why do I feel like there's a special aura? Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks as his gaze landed on a strange stone sculpture. On the surface, there was nothing strange about this stone sculpture. It looked like an ordinary mouse, but its eyes gave people a sense of soul-stirring power. Furthermore, what Ling Xiao saw with his Taiji eye wasn't a mouse. Instead, it was a projection of a martialist wearing strange armor. A powerful aura was attracting him. How much is this? For some reason, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and asked, 30 contribution points if you want it. The person looked up at Ling Xiao and replied casually, 30 contribution points? That's daylight robbery. Master, let's not buy it. Chapter 22:17. Xin Dian said angrily, it's just a broken sculpture. How could it be worth so much? 30 contribution points is equivalent to 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. I've never seen a sculpture worth so much. Besides, aren't there other sculptures beside it? Any one of them is prettier than that shifty-eyed rat. Xin Dian was a little unhappy when she heard the price, so she kept chattering. In fact, she wasn't the only one who wasn't satisfied. Ling Xiao also felt that the price was a little high. He only had 40 contribution points left. If he exchanged for this rat sculpture, he might not be able to buy any other good things. Unfortunately, the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil never haggled with you. Even if you didn't sell, you wouldn't reduce the price. This was because contribution points were used to exchange. Even if you didn't buy this, you would still have to exchange for other things. The sect wasn't worried at all that your contribution points would be spent. This was actually the same as the VIP points that the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company provided to VIPs. They could only buy things from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, and they could be used as spirit stones. It was just that you were tied up. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao felt that the Tai Chi wouldn't lie to him. Moreover, the second cauldron of the Human King, the exotic beast cauldron, seemed to have some special connection with this rat sculpture. This made Ling Xiao even more certain of his thoughts. It was only 30 contribution points. Even if he spent them all this time, the sect still had other missions to assign. At worst, he could just get more in the future. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, pack this up for me. Are you sure? This time, it was the deacon's turn to be stunned. Ever since this rat sculpture was placed here, although many people had asked about it, no one was willing to spend 30 contribution points to buy it. Did he really meet such an idiot today? Yes, I'm sure. Ling Xiao nodded and said, let me say this first. I'm not forcing you to buy this. If you want to buy this sculpture, I can sell it to you at a cheaper price. You can buy it with just a few contribution points. The deacon seemed to be worried that if he sold this thing to Ling Xiao would sue him for forcing him to sell it. Then he would be in a bit of trouble. Don't worry, I only want this one. This is my own choice. You can deduct the contribution points. Ling Xiao nodded solemnly. It's over. It's over. Master has gone crazy. He spent 30 contribution points to buy that broken thing. Sigh. Xin Dian couldn't understand why Ling Xiao was doing this. However, the Yuan Venerate did not say anything. He had always believed that his disciple would not do anything without any basis. Since Ling Xiao chose to buy this thing, then there must be a reason. It was not a random decision. All right, here you go. After deducting the contribution points, the deacon looked at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at an idiot. A few servant disciples whispered to each other. They felt that although this disciple of the 8 immortals was strong, his brain didn't seem to work well. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with these servant disciples. He had obtained this rat sculpture and intended to go back and study it properly. Even if there were no secrets, he wouldn't regret it. To put it bluntly, it was just 30 contribution points. It wasn't as if he was throwing his life away. Just as he was about to step out of the junk area, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Ling Xiao looked up and saw a very unfamiliar fellow. In any case, he had never seen him since he had joined the 8 Immortals Mountain. This fellow was only at the 8th level of the half-step yin-yang boundary, yet he had actually dared to block Luo Yunyang's path. Luo Yunyang knew that he was a disciple of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain when he saw his fiery red clothes. Just as he was about to speak, a gentle voice was suddenly heard. Big Brother Shahai, I heard that Qin He from the Black Immortal Mountain provoked you and was sent flying off the cliff with a single punch. It is still unknown whether he is still alive or not. Is this true? Ling Zhao's attention was completely attracted when he heard this voice. It wasn't the woman's voice that attracted him, but the name Shahai in the woman's voice. It was because of this Shahai that his little brother, Qin He, was still missing. Since he had become someone's boss, it was impossible for him not to take revenge for his little brother. He actually encountered Shahai here today. He wanted to see what Shahai looked like and what kind of strength he had. The fellow blocking the path was obviously from Shahai. When he heard the voice behind him, he hurriedly dodged to the side and bowed to welcome Shahai's arrival. Actually, it wasn't just him. When they heard Shahai's arrival, some of the disciples and attendants in the junk area directly knelt on the ground, while others bowed. They were completely like servants welcoming their master. As a result, Ling Xiao, who was originally a very insignificant person, became especially conspicuous. Originally, he wasn't considered eye-catching in the crowd. However, at this moment, he was the only one standing there and looking ahead indifferently. It was impossible for him not to attract the attention of others. The rumors are wrong. Qin He sneakily attacked me, so I sent him flying with a single punch. Shahai answered indifferently and then noticed Ling Xiao standing in the middle of the road. A spurious smile appeared on his originally indifferent face. There was a trace of ridicule, and disdain in it. Perhaps because he saw Ling Xiao, he deliberately added, "That Qin He said that he has a boss called Ling Xiao. He also said that if I kill him, his boss will definitely avenge him." Yen'er, do you think this is funny? Hee, it's too funny. Isn't his boss just a new disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain? Revenge? Even a disciple of the Eight Immortals may not dare to touch Brother Shahai. Why are people nowadays so idiotic? Yen'er laughed hysterically. It was as if death was a joke to her. There was nothing to be sad about. There was nothing to care about. Ling Zhao's eyes were cold as he looked indifferently at Shahai. If it weren't for the fact that he usually didn't fall for provocation, he would definitely kill Shahai in front of these people today. Go ahead and be arrogant. The trial of the ghost prison is the time of your death, Shahai. If I, Ling Xiao, want to kill someone, I will definitely not let him live. He took a deep breath and lifted his foot to walk forward. At this moment, he didn't want to waste time with Shahai. It was not a good thing to have a conflict with Shahai in this place. No matter what, he was a disciple of the Sand Clan, one of the 8 great ancient clans. He was just a small disciple of the 8 Immortals. If he caused trouble, the people here would probably help Shahai. He wasn't stupid and didn't want to be passive. What's there to be proud of? In terms of appearance, you're not as good as my master. In terms of talent, you're not as good as my master. In terms of strength, you may not be as good as my master. You just entered the reincarnation cycle a year earlier. Chapter 22:18. Shindian was very indignant for Ling Xiao. On the surface, except for the gorgeous clothes, Shahai's temperament and appearance were far from Ling Zhao's. Although it was said that clothes made the man, in the mysterious world, because of the existence of martial arts, a person's figure and appearance could be linked to their strength. The girl called Yen'er looked at Ling Xiao and was stunned for a moment. She said, "Oh, this little guy is not bad, but no matter how good-looking he is just a lowly person. Why did you come to the 8 Immortals Mountain to learn martial arts? You might as well go to the Immortal Flower House in the 8 Immortal City to accompany the rich girls and those powerful female warriors. It would be better than what you are doing now." These words were really vicious. If it was an ordinary person, they would have slapped her directly. Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. He was crazier than the average person. He could endure Shahai's words, but this woman's vicious words were simply unbearable. If a man could endure such words, then he really did not deserve to be a man. Stupid mouth. Ling Zhao's figure suddenly disappeared from the place. The moon-treading meteor step was instantly displayed. Yen'er was shocked and did not react at all. She could only shout, "Brother Shahai, save me." Shahai was also shocked. He did not expect that Ling Xiao would dare to directly attack here. When he wanted to help, Ling Xiao's foot had already kicked Yin Er's mouth. Her small, cherry-like mouth was now bleeding profusely from the kick, and many of her teeth had been destroyed. Brother Shahai, even your mother, Mount Qixin, is useless. If you talk again, I will kill you directly. Ling Xiao had returned to his original position in an instant. He coldly looked at Yin who was lying on the ground with a mouth like a hippopotamus. He finally vented his anger. This kind of woman should not be given face. If he did not teach her a lesson, she would not know how powerful he was. She would think that no one dared to teach her a lesson. The reason why Ling Xiao knew that this woman's mother was Mountain Lord Qixin was because this woman looked too similar to the portrait of Mountain Lord Qixin that was hung at the bottom of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Yin could no longer speak. Her mouth, which had been kicked like a hippopotamus, was cracked in many places. Fortunately, Yin was also a Yin-Yang realm warrior at the first level of hell. Otherwise, she would never be able to recover. He scolded Yin in front of the desert sea. This was not only a slap to Yin-Er's face, but also a slap to Shahai's face. Shahai's indifferent face suddenly revealed a cold killing intent. His original disdain and mockery disappeared, replaced by coldness and killing intent. The crowd was also shocked by what Ling Xiao had done. They lowered their voices and started discussing. Hey, isn't that Qi Yin the daughter of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord, Qi Lian? That brat actually dared to hit her. Where did he come from? That's right. Qi Yin is very close to Lord Desert Sea. Isn't slapping Lord Desert Sea's face the same as slapping him? Does that brat want to die? Who knows what kind of courage this brat ate? He's probably a young man who just joined the sect and doesn't know the rules. That's possible. However, he's probably done for today. Does he think he can escape unscathed after hitting Lord Desert Sea's woman? The crowd lowered their heads and looked at Ling Xiao. They all felt that Ling Xiao was simply courting death. Not only did he not bow to Lord Desert Sea, but he even dared to hit his woman. He really didn't know how to spell the word death. Shahai looked at Ling Xiao and gradually clenched his fists. He was obviously very angry. How could he not be angry? Someone had slapped his face in front of him. If he wasn't angry, how could he show his face? Ling Xiao looked at Shahai indifferently. He had to admit that Shahai, who was at the peak of Yin-Yang realm first level of hell, was indeed very strong. If it was a one-on-one battle, it would be difficult for him to win if he didn't use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. However, he didn't need to be afraid. Shahai was stronger than him, but it definitely wouldn't be easy to defeat him. As reincarnation realm warriors, they each had their own hidden advantages. What's your name? Shahai suddenly asked coldly. This was an obvious question. Shahai obviously knew Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have angered Ling Xiao just now. It was probably Feng Yu who told Shahai about Ling Xiao's appearance. However, Shahai still asked in order to show that he was superior and didn't know a lowly person like Ling Xiao. Hey, brat, did you hear that? Lord Desert Sea is asking for your name. Hurry up and answer. The warrior who blocked Ling Xiao's way just now pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and shouted, You hit Miss Yin Don't think that you'll be kind today. Obediently tell us your identity. Ling Xiao didn't answer. He just looked at the warrior coldly. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to instantly pierce into the warrior's mind. The man suddenly held his head and screamed. He ran out without caring about anyone. Useless lackey, Ling Xiao scolded. Then, he looked at Shahai again and asked, What's your name? How dare he ask Lord Desert Sea a question? I think this guy is really crazy. The warriors in the crowd were more and more surprised. That's not necessarily crazy. I know this person. He should be the new disciple of Black Immortal Mountain. His name is Ling Xiao. Oh, he's Ling Xiao. These days, rumors have been spreading that he killed Shinchong, and that he killed senior brother Mo Feiyu's whole family? Yes, it's him. However, I think the rumors are mostly false. How can this brat be so strong? That's right. His cultivation is only at half-step Yin-Yang realm level 10. How can he defeat Shinchong? That's not necessarily true. Didn't he just kick Miss Yin away? Miss Yin's cultivation is higher than Shinchong's. Sneak attack. That's a sneak attack. Miss Yin didn't notice it at all. That's true. I guess this brat killed Shinchong by sneak attack. How despicable. Everyone was talking about it, but most of them didn't believe that Ling Xiao could kill Shinchong with his real strength. Even though Ling Xiao kicked Qi Yin away in front of them, they still thought it was a sneak attack. These people were just like dogs looking down on others. Humph, a group of snobs. Master, do you want to teach them a lesson? Ling Xiao didn't care much about the dogs barking, but Shun Dian couldn't help it. Why should I be angry with a group of people who are willing to be dogs? Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice to Shun Dian through soul. Ling Xiao, do you know you're courting death? Although the sect has a rule against fighting in public, you're just a nobody, and I'm a disciple of the Sand Clan, one of the 8 great ancient clans. Killing you is like killing a dog. Even if there's a punishment from the higher-ups, they'll only deduct a little bit of my monthly allowance. However, you'll lose your life. Chapter 22:19. You can try. I'll kill you like killing a dog. I've always thought that the sect is a fair place. If you attack me and the sect doesn't care, then I don't want to stay in the sect. I'll let the world know what a filthy place the 8 Immortal Mountain is. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Sha Hai at all. If it was Mo Feiyu, he wouldn't be so provocative. However, he really wanted to fight Sha Hai. Although he wasn't sure if he could win, he was sure that he wouldn't lose. Therefore, he didn't need to be afraid. Once he used all his strength, Ling Xiao was absolutely confident that he could defeat or even kill Sha Hai. However, he would probably have to leave by then. You're such a sharp-tongued thing. If I don't teach you a lesson today, it seems that you don't know what's good for you. Sha Hai was a very tolerant person, but he really couldn't hold it in when facing Ling Xiao. He needed to vent. He needed to explode. He needed to let Ling Xiao know what fear was. Stop, all of you. Don't you know where you are? This is the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil Punishments. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Outside the door, an old man in a long robe with a cold expression shouted, "Greetings, Outer Hall Master." Seeing this old man, everyone bowed and greeted him. Ling Xiao was no exception. He couldn't bow to Sha Hai, but it was necessary to bow to an elder. Moreover, the Outer Hall Master of the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil Punishments had unfathomable strength. Sha Hai glared at Ling Xiao fiercely before hurriedly retracting the elemental force that was circulating in his hands. He was so angry that he almost forgot that this was a very special place. The Hall of Good Rewards and Evil Punishments wouldn't care if he was a disciple of the 8 great ancient clans. This was the place where the 8 Immortal Mountain ruled. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't show favoritism, at least not on the surface. Otherwise, the sect would really collapse. Go do what you're supposed to do. Why are you all gathered here? The old man shouted again. Everyone responded. It was obvious that this outer hall master was usually very impartial. After most of the people left, the old man looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Did you slap Qi Yin-er's face?" "That's right, I did it." Ling Xiao admitted it directly. This surprised the old man. "Do you know the consequences of hitting someone in the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil Punishments?" "I don't know, but she humiliated me," Ling Xiao said. "Even if that's the case, you shouldn't have fought here. According to the rules, you'll be punished to do 1 month's free chores in the Hall of Good and Evil. In addition, you'll be fined 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." The old man said, "What kind of joke was this?" Ling Xiao still had to prepare for the ghost prison trial, so how could he have the time to come here and do some odd jobs? It wasn't just the old man who was stunned. Even Sha Hai and Qi Yin, who hadn't left, were stunned. Do you think punishment is a business? But according to the rules of the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil Punishments, you can do some things to avoid punishment, but I don't think you can. The old man felt that this kid was really bold, but he was also a little interested in him. In fact, it was not the first time he had paid attention to Ling Xiao. In fact, when Ling Xiao killed Shinchong, destroyed the Mo family, and found out the conspiracy of the Devil Shadow sect, the old man had already become interested in Ling Xiao. Half of the reason why he came out just now was to help Ling Xiao, because even he thought that Ling Xiao was no match for Sha Hai. If Sha Hai really killed Ling Xiao, he would be punished, but the Sand Clan would definitely find ways to reduce the punishment. In the end, it would just be nothing. That was the reality. Because the 8 Immortals Mountain was actually the joint property of the 8 ancient clans. How could the ancient clans tolerate their disciples being killed? Hall Master, just tell me. Maybe I can do it. Do you know about formations? Yes, of course I do. Although I'm not particularly proficient, it's okay. Ling Xiao said modestly. Okay, if you can repair the formation of the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil Punishments, the punishment will be waived. The old man nodded, then turned his head and gave Qi Yinner an elixir, saying, Yinner, this elixir is for you. Take it and you'll be fine. But remember, no matter how low a person's status is, he still has dignity. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a warrior. His way of dealing with things was a little too easy for Ling Xiao, but it did not violate the rules. Of course, he also gave Qi Yinner some benefits. After taking the elixir, Qi Yinner's face recovered in an instant. She was so happy that she forgot to be angry in an instant. Ling Xiao, if you're a man, I'll see you in the life and death arena tomorrow. Both sides will sign a life and death contract and fight it out. Shahai suddenly said these words, then turned and left with Qi Yinner. He could see that Hall Master Lin of the Outer Hall was obviously biased towards Ling Xiao, and Hall Master Lin was related to Lin Ruoxian. They were both members of the Lin family. He wouldn't be able to gain anything by staying here. Rather than that, he might as well just leave. He also said these harsh words without waiting for Ling Xiao to respond. If Ling Xiao went tomorrow, he could naturally kill Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao did not go tomorrow, then he could naturally announce that Ling Xiao was not a man and did not deserve to be a man. Anyway, there was still the ghost prison trial, so he still had a chance to kill Ling Xiao. Alas, you've offended Qi Yinner and Shahai. Kid, I'm afraid you won't have a good life in the future. Hall Master Lin sighed, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, if it weren't for your potential, I wouldn't want to offend the Sand family. Hehe, since Hall Master Lin has helped me today, I will definitely repay you handsomely in the future. This reward the good and punish the evil Hall's Outer Hall array should be the simplest Origin Vajra array, right? I was trapped by this array when I was at North Peak Town. Don't worry, leave it to me. I guarantee that I'll finish repairing this array within 2 hours. Ling Xiao smiled. He certainly knew that offending Qi Yinner was equivalent to offending Qilian, the mountain master of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Qilian was the strongest among the 8 mountain masters of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. He would definitely not have a good time. But so what? Could it be that he was afraid of offending that woman, so he had to endure Qi Yinner's anger today? He, Ling Xiao, was not so cowardly. Are you going to the life and death arena tomorrow? Hall Master Lin asked again. I'm not Shahai's dog. Why should I go to the life and death arena just because he says so? Do I have nothing better to do? Ling Xiao curled his lips and said. His goal was to kill Shahai in the ghost prison trial, so he would not change his plan. Because in the arena, even if he signed a life and death contract, others would still know that he killed Shahai and would still find trouble with him. Chapter 22:20. Just as Ling Xiao had said, he was not Shahai's dog. Why should he go to the arena of life and death just because Shahai asked him to? Therefore, he could not go to the arena of life and death. Whoever wanted to go could go. He had other things to do. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to say that. That's good. You can go. Fix the array first and then go back. Hall Master Lin was stunned. He really felt that Ling Xiao was getting more and more interesting. Yes, fixing the Origin Diamond Array was a piece of cake for Ling Xiao. In fact, it did not need 2 hours. He could finish it in an hour. He only delayed it for a while because he wanted to figure out the array structure of the Hall of Good and Evil Rewards. He did this to find a way out for himself. Motherf ****, if the 8 Immortals Mountain didn't follow the rules and insisted on targeting him, then he would directly destroy all the painstaking efforts that the 8 Immortals Mountain had painstakingly accumulated. He hoped that the people of the 8 Immortals Mountain would not do anything stupid. Otherwise, the consequences would be the same as the Tianhai Empire of the White Tiger Continent. They could not avoid the fate of destruction. If he took over the Black Tortoise Continent in the future, he could still keep everything of the 8 Immortals Mountain. After fixing the array and bidding farewell to Hall Master Lin, Ling Xiao returned to his thatched cottage in the Black Immortals Mountain. He set up the array again and prepared to comprehend the mouse sculpture. The attraction of that thing to him was now greater than the arena of life and death or the ghost prison trial. He wanted to know what kind of secret was hidden in this magical thing. What kind of power was calling out to him, telling him to buy this thing no matter what? A sculpture worth 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Master, you have to put in some effort. Otherwise, you will really make a loss this time. Xindian complained. Okay, stop complaining. Guard me. If anyone wants to destroy the array I set up, don't be polite. Use the method I taught you to teach him a lesson. My thatched cottage's array is much more powerful than the origin diamond array of the Hall of Good and Evil Rewards. This is a city-protecting array. It has both defensive and offensive effects. Ling Xiao reminded Xindian. Yes, Master. Xindian was also very excited. It was said that this array could allow her to directly release secret techniques without consuming her soul power. Right now, she couldn't wait for someone to come and cause trouble. She wanted to test the terrifying power of this formation and give the enemy a crazy shock. After spending a full hour, Ling Xiao still couldn't find any secrets on the sculpture. He was truly disappointed. Looks like I really wasted 30 contribution points for nothing. But forget it. There's no point in regretting what I've done. Ling Xiao was a free and easy person. Since it was his own choice, there was nothing he could do even if he made the wrong choice. He wouldn't feel conflicted because of this. In any case, this thing was definitely not ordinary. Perhaps it was because he was not capable enough that he could not figure out the secret of this sculpture. Thinking of this, he directly placed the sculpture into the mountain river world. He planned to wait until his cultivation became stronger before he figured out the secret behind it. However, what he did not expect was that after the sculpture was thrown into the mountain river world, the exotic beast cauldron actually sucked it in. In the next moment, the entire thatched cottage was plunged into darkness. It was as if a special space had devoured the Ling Xiao and the divine grimoire. When Ling Xiao could see things clearly again, he discovered that he was in a huge dark lair. At the moment, he still hadn't recovered from the shock he had just experienced. Xindian was also trembling with fear at the side. Master? Ling Xiao called out to the Yuan Venerate, but discovered that there was no response from him. Shaking his head helplessly, Ling Xiao stood up, grabbed Xindian, and walked forward. In this dark lair, there was only one path that led outside. He had inexplicably entered this unknown space, so he definitely wanted to get out. However, he didn't know the way out at all, so he could only try his luck. Strange plants grew on both sides of this path, as well as the skeletons of many demonic beasts. The bodies of these demonic beasts were all very large. Ling Xiao felt as if he had become a small person as he walked. He was very puzzled, but he still walked forward. Ling Xiao didn't want to be trapped in this godforsaken place without knowing what was going on. Master, there seems to be a light ahead. Xindian suddenly shouted excitedly. Upon hearing Xindian's voice, Ling Xiao quickened his pace, thinking that he might have been trapped in some spatial fragment because of that special sculpture. Perhaps the light ahead was the exit. However, at that moment, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had heard a frightening roar that sounded like muffled thunder. Despicable, shameless sun deity, where else can you hide? You filthy rat! What right do you have to be hailed as the strongest beast deity in the Black Tortoise continent? What right do you have? This voice seemed to have come from the mouth of some kind of wild beast. It sounded very strange. There seems to be something ahead. It's not a person, right? Ling Xiao wondered. It's definitely not a person. Xindian said with certainty, I've heard of the name Sun Deity before. Rumor has it that before the mystic world split into 13 continents, the Black Tortoise continent was known as the 12 Beasts region. The warriors here worship the 12 beast deities. The number 1 is Sun Deity, also known as Sun Rat, Rat Deity. The warriors of the 12 Beast region are also known as Beast Warriors. It's said that many beast clans are descendants of beast warriors. Unfortunately, they don't have the original cultivation method. The strongest beast warriors are those who possess the beast souls of the 12 beast deities, also known as beast god warriors. Could it be that we've been transported to the past? Shen Dian had learned about this from ancient records. Although there were still some records in the current books, they were already vague and unclear. The people of the Black Tortoise continent only knew that beast warriors were incomparably strong, much stronger than ordinary warriors. However, they didn't know how strong they were. As for Ling Xiao, he didn't know anything about this at all. He hadn't been in the Black Tortoise continent for long, so his understanding of the continent's history was still very vague. However, since Shen Dian said so, it confirmed his speculation. The one who spoke just now was probably not a human. Could it be a beast god warrior? Or could it be the beast deity of the 12 Beasts region? He didn't care whether or not he had been transported to the past. He quietly used Shadow Step and put on the shadow armor before continuing to walk forward. After turning a corner, he finally got a clear view of the shocking scene. That place was also a nest, and it was even bigger than the one he was in before. Chapter 22-21. At this moment, a gigantic black bull appeared in the middle of this huge space. This black bull stepped on the ground with its 4 hooves. It was 5 to 6 meters tall and almost 10 meters long. Its mane was like steel needles, and a terrifying aura was constantly emitted from its body. On its head, there was a pair of terrifying horns that could be used to make a catapult. In fact, the most eye-catching part of this bull was that there were many special patterns on its body. They looked like ancient holy scriptures, symbolizing its extraordinary identity. It's the ugly god, also known as the ugly bull, the bull god. I think it's more like the bull demon king, Ling Xiao thought to himself. This fellow's size was too terrifying. Just standing there was already very frightening. It was estimated that many warriors would not even have the courage to fight if they encountered it, let alone fight with this fellow. However, this thing that resembled a demonic beast was actually speaking human language, and Ling Xiao could hear it clearly. What kind of demonic beast is this guy? Ling Xiao secretly asked Shen Dian. I don't know, but it's said that the 12 beast gods' true cultivation should be at the first transformation god level. Shen Dian replied, First transformation god? Why have I never heard of such a cultivation level? Ling Xiao was confused. That's why you don't understand the rebirth state at all. In fact, you martial artists who have not reached the rebirth state have always misunderstood. The 10 reincarnations of the rebirth state are not 10 realms. To be exact, it's 10 reincarnations. After each reincarnation, only when you cultivate back to your original cultivation level will you unlock the true cultivation realm. This first transformation god is also known as the first transformation supreme. To put it bluntly, it's the strongest person in each reincarnation. Shen Dian explained, It's so complicated? Actually, it's not complicated. When your cultivation returns to the realm before you reincarnated, you'll be able to enter a new cultivation realm. After you become a rank 1 supreme, you can choose to enter a second reincarnation or retain your strength and become the strongest person on this mainland. Shen Dian replied, Actually, the Palace Master of the Eternal Life Palace is a first transformation supreme. I know you have a grudge against him, but you still have a long way to go to reach his level. In the eyes of a first transformation supreme, those level 2 and level 3 rebirth realm martial artists that you saw before are not even worth mentioning. Those people don't know what reincarnation is because they have never experienced reincarnation. They don't know the true power of the rebirth state. The more you come into contact with the core of the Black Tortoise continent, the more you will know that the true experts will choose to reincarnate. Those rebirth realm warriors who don't choose to reincarnate are all idiots who have taken the wrong path. Alright, let's not explain this for now. Anyway, I understand now. The 12 beast gods are very strong, right? At least in the Black Tortoise continent, there is no existence stronger than them. It turned out that the rat sculpture might have some kind of special relationship with this deity, but Ling Xiao didn't know what the relationship was. He could only quietly hide in the dark and observe the shocking scene before his eyes. Master, if you look closely, you'll see that the bull's horn was broken before and it grew back. Legend has it that it was broken by the sun god, and it needs hundreds of years to grow back. Shen Dian said. Ling Xiao observed with his Tai Chi eye and found some clues. Damned rat, during the battle of the 12 beast gods, You did take the initiative and broke my horn to obtain the title of the first beast god. But so what? You can only hide here and recuperate, while I've become even stronger than before. The ugly god continued to blame the sun god. Oh right, where's the sun god? Ling Xiao suddenly realized a problem. The bull couldn't be talking to itself. It must be talking to someone else. He turned his head to look, and sure enough, he saw a rat the size of a small mountain. But this rat was different from ordinary rats. It was worthy of being called a child god. Its body was covered in strange scales, and it had scary barbs. Its sharp claws were like terrifying blades that shone with a cold light. Its eyes were a cold, dark gold color, as if nothing was worth mentioning in front of it. Is this still a rat? Ling Xiao felt that this guy was very different from the rats he usually saw. Of course the sun god is scary. It's the beast king of the 12 beast gods. Only it obtained the black tortoise's soul and evolved its ability. Only its strength surpassed rank 1 supreme. Shan Dian said with a trembling voice. The sun god is the combination of the gold-swallowing rat and the black tortoise. It's not an ordinary rat. I see. No wonder I felt that it was very fierce. It's really scary. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shiver. He knew about the gold-swallowing rat. It was a small but terrifying beast. There was almost nothing in this world that it couldn't eat. There was no need to explain the black tortoise. It was one of the 13 divine beasts in the mystic world. The combination of these two terrifying things was indeed terrifying. No wonder the ugly god wasn't its opponent. Whether it was attack or defense, the sun god had reached the pinnacle. It was the epitome of a beast warrior. Old bull, don't be stubborn. The battle of the 12 beast gods in the past was because the 12 of us were teased. That was why it was a tragic battle. The reason why I cheated was because I wanted the battle to end early. If it wasn't for me, none of the 12 of us would have survived. We would have all died in that battle. Moreover, we would have been toyed with like puppets. You came to find me today, and I'll explain it to you. But if you don't listen to me, I'll have to kill you. I've carefully maintained this space. I can't let it collapse before I find a successor. The sun god let out a cold voice. This guy's character was very similar to an expert. Ha ha ha, damned rat, are you afraid? You actually said so many ridiculous reasons. Someone else's scheme? So what? I'm going to kill you for revenge. The ox god let out an earth-shattering roar. It seemed that this guy was definitely a bad-tempered beast god. It was impossible for him to listen to other people's explanations. If that's the case, then do it. In order to protect this space, I'll kill you in the shortest time possible. The sun god still emphasized coldly. Ah, you're too infuriating. I'll definitely kill you. The ox god suddenly left the ground and stood up with only his 2 legs. As a strange voice sounded, his body began to undergo a huge change. Chapter 22:22. The ox god's hind legs became thicker, while his front legs gradually turned into hands that looked like human hands. There was a huge axe in his hand. The ox god was about 15 meters tall when he stood up. If he swung the axe in his hand, he could probably cut a mountain in half. Go to hell, rat. It's time for you to give up your title as the #1 beast god. With a roar, the ox god's body pounced on the sun god like a small mountain. The most terrifying thing was that this terrifying mountain was so fast that its body turned into a phantom. In an instant, the huge axe was above the sun god's head. However, the sun god's reaction wasn't slow either. His body was so huge, but the moment the axe came down, his body suddenly moved back dozens of meters. It looked like he had teleported. Those 2 thick and powerful legs retreated. Their strength was truly terrifying. The 10-meter-long axe landed heavily where the sun god had been standing. Boom! After a terrifying explosion, several cracks appeared on the ground with the axe as the center. In the end, it turned into dust and sank deep into the ground. That terrifying crack extended dozens of meters forward, right in front of Zishan. It was a ghastly sight. This is called power. It's too powerful. Ling Xiao felt that his throat was a little dry. He was frightened. The ox god didn't continue attacking. Instead, He raised his head and looked at the sun god in the distance with his scarlet eyes. A touch of contempt and indifference appeared on his face. The sun god just stood there with his dark golden eyes looking at the ox god indifferently. He didn't have any intention of attacking. Damn rat, when did you become such a coward? You don't even dare to fight me head-on? The ox god roared. The strange holy text on his body released a strange light. Then, he stomped on the ground and flew up. He raised the axe and swung it at the sun god's head again. Obviously, he felt that the sun god was afraid of him, so he wanted to take this opportunity to destroy the sun god. I advised you out of kindness, but you didn't listen. In that case, I'm sorry. The sun god said coldly. His eyes were fixed on the ox deity. When the ox god was about 3 to 5 meters away from him, he suddenly swung his tail. At this moment, Ling Xiao almost cried out in surprise. The sun god's tail was actually a giant snake like the black tortoise. The giant snake stuck out its tongue and bit at the ox god's wrist. See, master? The sun god is no longer an ordinary rat. He's the combination of a gold-swallowing rat and a black tortoise. There's no mistake. That tail is the best example. Xin Dian also shouted in surprise from the storage ring. When Ox God realized that the tail was about to bite his hands, he didn't dodge. This was because he felt that if he chopped down with his axe, he would definitely be able to take Sun Deity's life. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a very serious error in his judgment. When the Sun God's head, the Sun God's mouth. At the same time, the giant snake's arm God's arm. Crack! Two sounds were heard almost at the same time. One was the sound of the sun god crushing the giant axe, and the other was the sound of the giant snake biting off the ox god's arms. Boom! The ox god fell to the ground. Logically speaking, with his arms bitten off, he should have turned around and fled. But this guy was indeed one of the 12 beast gods. He didn't retreat. Instead, he used his horns to hit the sun god's neck. The sun god had no way to dodge. The black tortoise scale armor on his body glowed, and his defense reached its peak. The sun god not only had a terrifying attack, but also a terrifying defense. This was why he could become the leader of the 12 beast gods. Damn rat, you're regretting it. I'm no longer the ox god of the past. Now, I'm just like you. I've reached the initial stage of the second transition. Go to hell. The ox god's scarlet eyes were cold and cruel. His sharp horns pierced the sun god's scales. Boom! The sun god was sent flying hundreds of meters away by the terrifying force. He slammed heavily into the cave wall. Not only was blood spurting out of his mouth, but his neck was also dented by the ox god's attack. Although it wasn't completely shattered, there were already cracks. It was obvious that the ox god's strength was terrifying. At least in terms of strength, the sun god clearly lost to him. But now, both sides were not in a good situation. The moment the sun god was sent flying, the snake mouth on his tail bit the ox god's neck. Although it didn't bite through, it tore off a piece of flesh. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to die together with you in the end. The ox god knelt on the ground, and his life began to flow away rapidly. Although the battle between the two sides was very simple, and it was only a collision of bodies, don't forget their cultivation. Even a light collision could cause a great deal of damage. The ox god's neck was almost broken. Blood flowed from his arms. He was not far from death. On the other side, the sun god was also vomiting blood. The scales on his neck finally shattered, revealing 2 bloody holes. Blood was spurting out. You're indeed stronger than before, but I still have to tell you that you've been played. The 12 of us were once good brothers, but because of a boring battle, we ended up in such a miserable state. I hate it. The sun god was not angry because of the ox god's attack. Instead, he felt sad. The dignified black tortoise continent's 12 beast gods were played in the palm of someone else's hand. It was simply sad. Unfortunately, the ox god could no longer hear his voice. The ox god knelt there, his life finally completely flowing away. The sun god struggled to get up, carried the ox god's corpse on his back, and walked towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was shocked, afraid that he would be discovered. But when the sun god approached him, he was shocked to find that this was not a physical body. The sun god could pass through his body. This should be a memory kept in the sculpture. After Ling Xiao understood this, he was no longer afraid. He followed the sun god back to the dark nest that appeared before. The sun god placed the ox god's corpse in one of the tombs, and he lay down in another tomb. At this moment, Ling Xiao realized that this was the tomb of the 12 beast god souls. Their bodies were gone. They were dead. But the sun god buried the souls of the 12 beast gods here. After the ox god and the sun god were buried, Ling Xiao saw a tall tombstone erected in the center. A line of words was clearly written on it. Warriors who are fated to enter here, find the inheritance of the 12 beast gods scattered in the Black Tortoise continent. You will obtain unimaginable power. Chapter 22-23. There was another paragraph of text on the tablet. We will give you power, and you only need to do one thing for us. After you gather all the inheritance relics of the 12 beast gods, you will know what to do. Now choose, give up, or accept the power of my sun god. Ling Xiao knew that the rat sculpture he had obtained was probably the inheritance relic of the sun god. Was Ling Xiao going to give up the most powerful inheritance on the Black Tortoise continent? Of course not. After watching that battle, Ling Xiao could roughly guess that what the sun god wanted him to do was definitely revenge. This was very fair. He would obtain the power of the 12 beast gods and then take revenge for them. This was a deal. Accept. Ling Xiao pressed his hand on the accept option. At that moment, Ling Xiao returned to the thatched cottage, but his body suddenly felt the same pain as when he opened the strange beast cauldron. Chi-chi. The tearing pain spread from Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and did not cry out. He had experienced too many similar things in the past, and the pain he had experienced was not just this little bit. So he could endure it. Immediately after, he found that dark golden scales were strangely appearing on the surface of his skin. These scales were like barbs, directly piercing through his clothes and exposing him. He clearly recognized that these scales were the scales of Sun God's body. They had both terrifying defensive abilities and powerful offensive abilities. Not only that, but the same dark golden scales appeared on his arms and legs. They looked extremely ferocious, and the moment the scales appeared, the piercing pain made him want to pass out. Then, an even more terrifying stabbing pain came from his mouth. A mouthful of sharp teeth grew out of his mouth, which was completely different from his own teeth. He even felt that these teeth could easily crush spiritual weapons. These should be the teeth of the gold-swallowing rat. Although they were very similar to human teeth and their structure was also very similar, their sharpness and hardness were much stronger. The most terrifying thing was that a tail grew out of Ling Xiao's back. This tail was like a 3-meter-long poisonous snake. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that his vision and consciousness were completely shared with this tail. In other words, whatever the eyes on the tail could see, his mind could accept. Although this seemed very powerful. But why did he feel like he had suddenly turned into a monster? Ling Xiao found it hard to accept. When it came to daily activities, he naturally preferred his original body. Hey, Xindian, aren't you very knowledgeable? Tell me, what do you think my current appearance is? Ling Xiao was not particularly shocked. After all, he had the experience of dragonization. Although there were some differences between beast transformation and dragonization, it was still acceptable. He would not faint from fright. Master, you don't have to worry. You should have had the experience of dragonization before. It's the same principle. I have to say, Master, you're really talented. You've comprehended 4 transformations on your own. Xindian explained with a smile. The so-called 4 transformations? The first one is your normal human form. This is the form you use in daily life and ordinary battles. The second one is the half-beast form. I believe you know that when part of your body is turned into a beast, your strength will be stronger than normal, but weaker than the third one. The third one is the complete beast form. In this form, your fighting power will be extremely strong. You can also use all the martial arts in your human form. The fourth one is the beast form. You will completely lose your human appearance. Only your consciousness will remain. Your wild fighting power will soar to the extreme, but you won't be able to use human martial arts. After hearing Shen Dian's words, Ling Xiao realized that this was indeed very similar to the dragonization he had created before. The only difference was that when he was in dragonization, he did not have the corresponding inheritance to use. But it was different now. The 12 beast gods all had their own inheritance relics. After Ling Xiao transformed, he could totally use their fighting style. This was more comprehensive and systematic than the dragonization in the past. At this moment, a terrifying energy was constantly rushing through Ling Xiao's body. It was constantly being absorbed by his meridians and muscles. His physical fitness and cultivation were also increasing at a crazy rate. He, who had just advanced to the early stage of Yin-Yang Realm's first level of hell, was showing signs of breaking through to the middle stage. He was sure that when he completely absorbed all the energy, it would be the time for him to break through. Crack! At this moment, a sharp pain came from his hands again. Ling Xiao realized that his hands were actually developing into claws. Sharp claws were gradually forming. This might be the sign of complete beast transformation. However, Ling Xiao did not like this. He only needed one hand to grow claws. The other hand could still wield a sword. This was the best. It would be more convenient for him to use martial arts. When he had this thought, the transformation actually happened at the same time. At this moment, he could not help but be overjoyed. It turned out that he could control this transformation with his soul power. This was great. In the future, he could transform wherever he wanted to. This was obviously more convenient. After knowing this, Ling Xiao gradually relaxed. He heaved a sigh of relief and began to focus on guiding the energy in his body to strengthen his body and cultivation. After 2 days and 2 nights, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. At this moment, his body had completely returned to human form. He had also changed his clothes. I can really change back. This is not bad. Ling Xiao was in a very good mood. This time, he had casually spent 30 contribution points to buy a sculpture. He did not expect it to be the long-lost inheritance relic of the sun god. Master, I seem to feel that your aura is stronger than before. The original scars on your body have all disappeared? Xindian could not help but ask. It was only when she said this that Ling Xiao suddenly realized that his body had been transformed once again after going through this beast transformation. Of course, it was not a complete transformation. It was just a strengthening of his original mystic world body. His cultivation had indeed broken through to the middle stage of the first level of hell. Not only that, he could feel that his strength was at least 10 times stronger than before. His strength was not small to begin with. If it increased by 10 times, martial artists of the same cultivation level would not be his match. Even in their normal form, the quality of a beast god's martial artist was much stronger than ordinary martial artists. In other words, even if his cultivation level did not break through, Ling Xiao's current strength was stronger than before. Previously, he did not have the confidence to defeat that idiot Shahai. However, if he encountered Shahai now, he had a 70% chance of winning. Moreover, it was under the condition that he did not use his tyrannical martial spirit. Chapter 22-24. Compared to ordinary warriors, beast warriors had a greater advantage, which was that they could convert demonic beasts' crystal cores more efficiently. Moreover, they could cultivate with the help of the essence of the sun and moon. Although Ling Xiao could transform into a dragon in the past, it was just a way of fighting after all. But now, he was a real beast god warrior. With these advantages, his cultivation speed would only be faster in the future, and it would be easier for him to break through than others. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Xiao was looking inside himself when suddenly there was a knock on the door. "It's your senior sister Feng Ru," Xin Dian said. Hearing that it was Feng Ru, Ling Xiao stood up, walked over, and opened the door. If it was someone else, he would be too lazy to move. Seeing Ling Xiao, Feng Ru seemed to be relieved. "Why didn't you show up for 2 days and 2 nights? I almost thought something had happened to you." "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I'm fine." Ling Xiao smiled, and a warm current flowed through his heart. It was good that someone cared about him. "It's good that you're fine. I came to find you because of Qi Yin. Feng Ru sighed and said, 2 days ago, you injured Qi Yin. Although she recovered with Hall Master Lin's elixir, Qi Yin still hasn't recovered. But this matter still angered the mountain master of Scarlet Fairy Mountain, Qilian. She actually came to ask for you. If the mountain master hadn't stopped her, I'm afraid the consequences would have been unimaginable. Then I have to thank the mountain master. The mountain master that Feng Ru mentioned was naturally the mountain master of Black Fairy Mountain. Of course, but as the mountain master of Black Fairy Mountain, he should protect you. After all, Hall Master Lin has already punished you. There's no reason for Qilian to come here, Feng Ru said with a smile. But at this point, she suddenly frowned. Senior sister, if you have something to say, just say it. I, Ling Xiao, have always been responsible for my own actions. There's no need to hide it. Ling Xiao could see that Feng Ru seemed to have something to say but didn't know whether to say it or not. She looked very conflicted. So he asked, It's like this. In order to appease Mountain Lord Qilian, our Mountain Lord gave half of the Black Immortal Mountain's Thunder Origin Jades to Mountain Lord Qilian. Feng Ru sighed and said, The 8 Immortal Mountain didn't get a lot of Thunder Origin Jade. Our Black Immortal Mountain only got 20 pieces. Losing 10 pieces all of a sudden is a huge loss. The Mountain Chieftain forbade me from telling you about this matter, but I still feel that I should tell you. What exactly is the Thunder Yuan Jade? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Don't you know? Primordial Jade was a special gem that could directly fuse with the body. After the fusion, not only would it increase the warrior's resistance in a certain aspect, but it would also give the warrior's attacks additional attributes. For example, the Thunder Elemental Jade had lightning attributes and lightning resistance. There were also Fire Elemental Jades, Wind Elemental Jades, and so on. This item was very precious. Although an ordinary Yin-Yang Realm first-level Hell Warrior could only fuse with one piece of Origin Jade at most, as long as his cultivation increased by one realm, he could fuse with another piece of Origin Jade. Origin Jade was very beneficial to a warrior's body, cultivation, and attack. You'll know once you use it. Feng Ru explained. Such a good item, but I can't get a share? Ling Xiao was very unhappy, but the Black Immortal Mountain Chieftain had given half of the Thunder Yuan Jade to the Scarlet Immortal Mountain because of him. He suddenly had a bold idea, and that was to steal all of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain's Thunder Yuan Jade. He had obtained the Sun God's inheritance. Coupled with the Shadow Step, he was definitely a master thief. Although the Sun God was a beast god and had fused with the Black Tortoise, he still grew up as a rat. Rats were best at stealing. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. If you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you either. But since you want to steal my things, I'm sorry. I can only give you a taste of your own medicine. Junior brother, what are you laughing at? Feng Ru asked worriedly when she saw the sneer on Ling Xiao's face. Nothing. I'm laughing at myself. I offended the Scarlet Immortal Mountain and can't even get this little benefit. Ling Xiao sighed. The Mountain Chieftain doesn't blame you, but Zhou Tong is very unhappy. He said that because of you, he got less Thunder Yuan Jade. Feng Ru said, I haven't settled the score with that guy yet, and he dares to blame me? Qin He's disappearance must be because he helped Sha Hai. Ling Xiao knew this, but because Zhou Tong's cultivation was stronger, he was not a match for him with his current strength, so he did not pursue the matter. However, this was only temporary. He did not provoke Zhou Tong now, but it did not mean that he would not do so in the future. After killing Sha Hai, Zhou Tong would be the next unlucky guy. At the very least, he had to teach this guy a lesson. Whether he killed him or not, it would depend on what role he played in Qin He's disappearance. I think you'd better not care about this. A day ago, Sha Hai waited for you in the life and death arena for a day and a night, but you didn't show up. He has already started to spread the word that you're not a man because you're afraid of death. Feng Ru said again. Ling Xiao smiled. He did not go out for 2 days and 2 nights, and a lot of things had happened. However, he did not care about Sha Hai's matter at all. Let him say whatever he wants. Anyway, there are not many people in the 8 Immortal Mountain who look up to me. Even if they say that I'm afraid of death, their mouths grow on their faces. I don't care what they say. Ling Xiao sneered. He had already decided to keep a low profile before the ghost prison trial began, so that Sha Hai would not be able to see that his cultivation had improved greatly. This way, he would not be able to kill that guy in the ghost prison. You're really open-minded. Feng Ru felt indignant on Ling Zhao's behalf. However, when she saw Ling Zhao's nonchalant expression, she didn't quite understand. Ling Zhao said, "Senior sister, that kind of life and death arena is meaningless. If the life and death arena is to save senior sister's life, then it's a different story." Hearing this, Feng Ru's cheeks flushed red, and her eyes were filled with gentleness and admiration. The only person who had said the same thing to her before was her brother, but her brother was killed by bandits during the entrance exam. Now, perhaps only Ling Xiao truly cared about her. As for the real cause of Feng Ru's brother's death, Ling Xiao did not say, and the others naturally did not dare to say anything. Ling Xiao was mainly worried that Feng Ru would not be able to accept it and insist on seeking revenge from Mo Feiyu. That would be troublesome. Even he was not a match for Mo Feiyu, so it was even more impossible for Feng Ru. Therefore, this matter should be kept a secret for as long as possible. "Oh right, senior sister, has the exact date of the ghost prison trial been set?" Ling Xiao changed the topic. He did not want to waste time on that boring life and death arena. Anyway, it would be fine as long as he destroyed Sha Hai in the ghost prison trial. In Ling Zhao's eyes, the so-called mockery and slander were nothing more than child's play. He did not mind at all. Chapter 22-25. Well, this is one of the reasons why I came here this time. The exact date of the ghost prison trial test has been set. It will be held in 5 days. I will inform you at that time, so you can rest assured and do other things. But try not to cultivate in seclusion, or it will be over in the blink of an eye. Feng Ru reminded him. 5 more days, huh? Very well, Sandy C. Oh, Sandy C. I'll let you live for another 5 days. During these few days, you can be as savage as you want, but when the day comes, I'll kill you at midnight. Don't even think about living past midnight. Ling Zhao's killing intent was brewing in his heart. Thank you, senior sister. Is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Ling Xiao asked. Well, the lower 8 Immortal Mountain will hold the trial at the same time, so Sha Hai and Qi Yener will definitely participate. Because this trial test includes all the disciples at Yin Yang Realm level, one of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. 2 people from our Black Immortal Mountain will participate. One is you, and the other is Feng Yu. Feng Yu will lead the team. You may have to listen to her arrangement. Feng Ru sighed and said, unfortunately, if Chunhe had not disappeared, he would have been one of them. I am afraid that I will never reach the Yin Yang Realm. That's impossible, senior sister. Didn't I give you a Yin Yang Hell Pill and 10 Yin Yang Essence Force Pills? Can't you break through with those pills? Feng Ru lowered her head and stammered, unable to speak. Senior sister, if you really treat me as a friend, just say it. Ling Zhao's voice suddenly became cold. Unless in your eyes, I, Ling Xiao, am not worthy of being your friend. No, no, no. How can that be? Of course I want you to be my friend. In fact, I gave the Yin Yang Hell Pill and the 10 Yin Yang Essence Force Pills to Qi Yener. She gave them to her subordinate, a warrior named Zhou Yin, who was about to break through. Feng Ru said helplessly, at that time, Qi Lian was very fierce. I gave her half of the Thunder Jade, but she was still not satisfied. So I gave those things to Qi Yener, which made them stop temporarily. Bastard! Ling Xiao suddenly roared angrily. Oh, senior sister, don't be afraid. I'm not talking about you. But this Zhou Yin is really bold. He actually dared to use the medicinal pill I gave you. I'll definitely make him spit it out. That's not right. Wasn't Zhou Yin eliminated? How could he still join the Scarlet Immortal Mountain? Ling Xiao suddenly realized that this was not a coincidence. In the 8 Immortals County, even if there were people with similar names, those without status would change their names as soon as possible. They would not dare to have the same name as the Zhou family's young master. Junior brother, have you forgotten? This is the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, which is controlled by the 3 great clans. Zhou Yan's aptitude is not bad. It's normal for Qi Lian to accept him. Feng Ru sighed. Zhou Yun, you hired people to deal with me during the exam. Last time in the 8 Immortals County, you tricked me again. This time, you actually dared to steal my senior sister's things. If I don't kill you, I'll be letting myself down. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He had already thought of a plan to kill Zhou Yin without causing any trouble. What are you thinking about? Nothing. I'm just thinking that there should be rewards in the trial, right? Otherwise, I would have worked for nothing. Of course, Ling Xiao would not tell her that he was going to kill Zhou Yin. Feng Ru did not think in that direction and only replied, "Of course there are rewards. In the ghost prison, every time you kill a yin-yang realm prisoner or demon beast in the first level of hell, you will get 1 contribution point. And killing the chief will also give you a set of martial arts as a reward, as well as a matching spiritual weapon." Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately lost interest. He had very little interest in martial arts and weapons now. However, Feng Ru's next words reignited his interest. The chief of the ghost prison is the famous bandit leader of the 8 Immortals County, Yuan. It is said that he is an all-round martial artist. He is good at all kinds of weapon attacks and has the corresponding martial arts. This Yuan Nong will use claw techniques? Ling Xiao realized that if he completely transformed, sword techniques would be inconvenient, but claw techniques would be convenient. Since he had become a beast god martial artist, he should learn some similar techniques. Yes, and it is said that it is a middle jade grade claw technique, Nether Ghost Claw. Feng Ru replied, "This claw technique is very outstanding among the middle jade grade martial arts. It is a pity that beast warriors are extinct now. Otherwise, beast warriors would be very powerful if they learned this claw technique." Ling Xiao smiled secretly. Beast warriors were indeed extinct in the past, but from today onwards, they would be revived. Also, I heard that Yuan Nong is a martial artist in the early stage of the 2nd level of hell, and he is a rank 1 martial artist, so he is much stronger than ordinary martial artists in the 2nd level of hell. Feng Ru continued, "So it is best that you don't face him alone. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. It is best to work with others." "Okay, I understand," Ling Xiao casually agreed. Although he might not be able to defeat a martial artist in the early stage of the 2nd level of hell, the gap between them wouldn't be too big. He still had a 20 to 30% chance of winning. Escaping was not a problem. Therefore, after entering the ghost prison, it seemed that he would have to use some strategy. He would let others exhaust Yuan Nong first, then he would attack. Although there were more than one person with this idea, Ling Xiao believed that when it came to taking advantage of others, no one could compare to him. "Then I'll be leaving. Be careful. Before the ghost prison trial begins, don't get into any conflicts with others." Feng Ru was really worried about Ling Xiao. She was just like a mother. After she left, Ling Xiao left the thatched cottage. Of course, in order to hide, he left his Gemini martial spirits in the thatched cottage to cultivate. As long as he didn't leave the 8 Immortal Mountain, his Gemini martial spirits would not disappear. In this way, he could do what he wanted to do. Looking at Feng Ru's departing figure, Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Senior Sister Feng, I am sorry. I must kill this Zhou Yin. I can't allow this guy to continue living in this world. Today, he dared to steal your elixir. Tomorrow, he will dare to kill you. I have already lost a little brother. I don't want to lose another senior sister." After saying that, his figure disappeared from the thatched cottage. A terrifying hole appeared in the thatched cottage. It was said that rats could dig holes. This was not wrong at all. After Ling Xiao entered the complete beast state, the speed of digging holes was comparable to his running speed on the ground. The place he was going to this time was the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. He believed that Zhou Yin, Qi Yin Shahai, and the other goods were there. The Thunder Yuan Jades were also there. With the Tai Chi Eye and the technique of digging holes, he planned to directly connect this rat hole to the warehouse of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Of course, he had to make a few more exits along the way. This way, if something happened, it would be easy to escape. Chapter 22-26. Besides connecting Black Immortal Mountain and Scarlet Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao had also made several other exits. The exits weren't big. However, this didn't matter. Among the inherited abilities of the Sun God, there was also the ability to shrink one's body to at least half of one's original size. He could definitely enter such an exit and come and go as he pleased. Others might not be able to do so. However, because the Scarlet Immortal Mountain's warehouse was protected by an array formation, Ling Xiao didn't directly break through. However, this didn't matter. After all, he could still make a few more holes in the Scarlet Immortal Mountain and set up a bewitching array. This way, even if the mouse holes were discovered, they wouldn't be able to find the correct passage. He was prepared to set up more traps in the other mouse holes. Whoever entered would be in for a bad time. Master, help me break the array formation. I will set up the bewitching array. Xindian, you keep watch. Let's split up. After making the arrangements, the three of them split up. After another 15 minutes, the bewitching array was set up and the Yuan Venerate had also broken the array formation of the warehouse. Although this array formation was brilliant, it was just a piece of cake for a Yuan Venerate. After the array formation was broken, Ling Xiao made another hole and went inside. There was no one guarding the warehouse, as the guards were all outside. Damn, there are so many good things. There are so many precious herbs, weapons, elixirs, and spirit stones. Scarlet Immortal Mountain is really rich. Ling Xiao sneered. He might as well go all the way and empty the warehouse. In any case, he had a lot of storage rings. After refining them many times, the space was very big. There was no problem putting these things down. That must be the Thunder Yuan Jade. In the process of throwing a large number of things into the storage rings, they discovered a box locked by an array formation that contained a total of 60 beautiful stones. These stones emitted a beautiful glow of thunder and lightning. There were also electric sparks flickering on them. They were all standard diamond-shaped and very dazzling. That's right, that's the Thunder Yuan Jade. I heard that the Scarlet Immortal Mountain obtained a total of 70 pieces of Thunder Yuan Jade this time. In addition to the 10 pieces given by the Black Immortal Mountain, there are 80 pieces. If we steal 60 pieces in one go, won't that old witch Scarlet Immortal Mountain vomit blood? Xindian chuckled. Hee hee, it's better to make her vomit blood from anger. Do you think she can take advantage of me? Ling Xiao sneered and put away the Thunder Yuan Jade. Then, he jumped into the rat hole and left. Of course, on the way out, he sealed off the passageway leading to the Black Immortal Mountain. The rest of the rat holes were all traps, enough to make the people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain suffer. Ling Xiao, who was moving forward in the cave, suddenly saw a familiar figure on the surface. For safety's sake, he kept his Tai Chi eye open. Therefore, they could clearly see the situation on the surface through the thick layer of soil. This person was none other than Zhou Yan. At this moment, Zhou Yan was boasting about his deeds to two disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. You two know, right? For me, Miss Yan got a yin yang hell pill and 10 yin yang elemental force pills from Ling Zhao's senior sister, Feng Ru. This was especially true for the yin yang hell pill, which was a perfect grade pill that wasn't even sold on the market. He appeared to be very smug and proud of himself. Junior brother Zhou, you seem to have a grudge against Ling Xiao? One of them asked. Yes, I have a grudge against him. That guy played a lot of tricks during the assessment and caused me to fail the assessment. Fortunately, the Scarlet Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master had good eyes and recruited me into the Scarlet Immortal Mountain alone. Otherwise, it would be really depressing. Zhou Yan nodded and said, that's why I hate Ling Xiao to the bone. Humph. After I break through to the Yin-Yang realm, I'll definitely settle the score with him. I'll help Miss Yin vent her anger. But we heard that Ling Xiao killed Xinchong. Is junior brother Zhou a match for that guy? Another person said, don't listen to the rumors outside. Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the half-step Yin-Yang realm during the entrance assessment, and his strength was only at the 6th level. Do you really think he can reach the Yin-Yang realm so quickly? Rumors can't be taken seriously. Zhou Yan waved his hand and said, although I'm not a match for him now with those pills, I'll definitely be able to reach the Yin-Yang realm and make it in time for the ghost prison trial. I'll kill him in the ghost prison. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. I have to hurry up and cultivate. There are only 5 days left until the ghost prison trial. I have to break through as soon as possible. After saying that, Zhou Chao returned to his room alone. However, just as he closed the door, a figure suddenly rushed in, pressed him to the ground, and choked him. Zhou Yan was terrified to the extreme at that moment. He didn't know who was dealing with him, so he was extremely afraid. When he saw the person in front of him clearly, he was even more desperate. No, how could it be you? Zhou Yin looked at the person choking him in shock. Who else could it be but Ling Xiao? But the problem was, how did Ling Xiao sneak into the Scarlet Immortal Mountain without anyone noticing? Zhou Yin, I didn't want to kill you at first, but you're really walking on the path of death step by step. When you go to hell, remember, don't provoke people like me in the future. Otherwise, you won't have a good time in hell. No, don't kill me, don't. Crack. With the sound of his cervical vertebrae breaking, Zhou Yin felt his vitality rapidly drain away. A black flame burned in Ling Xiao's palm and instantly spread to Zhou Yan's body. In a moment, Zhou Yan's body turned to ashes and completely disappeared. Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest reluctance as he turned and left. Zhou Yin had already been extinguished, and he had also obtained Zhou Yan's storage ring. The pills that he had snatched were still in the storage ring. This annoying fellow could finally be put to rest. Ling Xiao, of course, could begin to cultivate in peace. When he returned to the thatched cottage, Ling Xiao found that Zhou Tong was about a few hundred meters away from the thatched cottage, observing him as if to confirm whether he was in the thatched cottage. Fortunately, he was smart enough to leave the Gemini martial spirits here. In this way, even if Zhou Yan's death and the theft of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain were exposed, he would have a perfect alibi. And this alibi was Zhou Tong. Of course, there was also Feng Ru. He believed that Feng Ru had also come over during this period. This girl loved to worry about nothing. She was probably afraid that he would slip away and would definitely come back to see him. After seeing Zhou Tong leave, Ling Xiao closed the window of the thatched cottage and then took out the Thunder Jade. Shun Dian looked at the Thunder Jade and said excitedly, on the path of physical body cultivation, you can condense all kinds of battle bodies. The most famous are the elemental battle bodies, Thunder Battle Body, Flame Battle Body, Raging Wind Battle Body, Earth Battle Body, Ice Battle Body, and so on. After the Thunder Jade fuses with the physical body, it can let the physical body obtain Thunder attribute antibodies and additional attributes. Chapter 22-27. Shandian continued. If a warrior's body has fused with 10 pieces of Thunder Elemental Jade, then he can have the Thunder Battle Body. The rest is similar. Battle Body combined with Martial Soul and Bloodline can form an incomparably terrifying combat power. The Black Tortoise Continent attaches great importance to the cultivation of the physical body because of the existence of Elemental Jade. Oh, so convenient. When Ling Xiao was in the Heavenly Dragon Continent, he had obtained similar gems that could also increase the body's resistance. Unfortunately, the increase was negligible. Moreover, the increase seemed to be unable to be retained after reincarnation. However, once the battle body was condensed, it would be different. Even after reincarnation, it would still not disappear. Indeed, this Black Tortoise mainland was different from the rest. It's convenient in theory, but not in reality. The process of fusion is very difficult. Everyone's physique is different, so the number of elemental jades they can fuse with is also different. Anyway, as far as I know, there are very few people who can fuse with 10 pieces of elemental jade. It can be described as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. However, I can be sure that after fusing with 10 pieces of Thunder Elemental Jade, you can definitely forge the Thunder Battle Body. From then on, in battle, you can attach the power of thunder and lightning to your attacks. Not only will your attack power increase, but your resistance will also be greatly enhanced. Interesting, it's really interesting. Ling Xiao smiled and said, as long as it can increase my strength, I am willing to try it. As he spoke, he was about to try fusing with the elemental jades. However, he suddenly thought about it and realized that he did not know the method at all. Master, don't be anxious. Let me finish first. I have just said that fusing with elemental jades is a very dangerous process. Especially the Thunder Elemental Jade, this element is very violent. If you are not careful, it may cause your entire body to explode and die. All your previous cultivation will be wasted. Although I believe what you said, Shindian, you have to know that I have always done dangerous things. On the path of martial arts, if you want to follow the prescribed order, it is impossible to reach the highest level. Those who do not dare to take risks will not be able to walk the path of martial arts. Just like when I chose to accept the sun god's inheritance, it was also extremely dangerous, but I still persevered. Don't worry. My physical body is extremely strong. A mere Thunder Yuan Jade will not be able to destroy me. Ling Xiao was not blindly confident. One had to know that not only did he possess a profound world physique, but he had also just obtained the sun god's inheritance, which had strengthened his physical body in all aspects. In a sense, his body was incomparably strong. If he couldn't even withstand 1 or 2 Thunder Essence Jades, then he would be too useless. During this period of time, he had only focused on improving his cultivation and did not focus on improving his physical body. Now that he had such an opportunity, he naturally would not give it up. All right, Master. Then you can begin the fusion. Actually, the fusion method is very simple. He could hold the Thunder Origin Jade in his hand and feel the power of lightning within it before slowly absorbing it. This method was relatively slow and could probably fuse about 1 piece a day. The other method is more violent. He could just eat it directly and probably fuse 1 piece in an hour. Shindian sighed and said, "But Master, you must know what to do. If you feel that something is wrong, quickly give up. It won't be too late to try it again in the future when your physical body becomes stronger." Understood. Ling Xiao could feel Shindian's concern for him. His relationship with Shandian was no longer as strange as it was in the beginning. The two of them could be said to have become good friends who could talk about anything. Although Shindian still habitually called him master, he had never treated Shindian as a slave. No more nonsense. Ling Xiao picked up a piece of Thunder Yuan Jade and threw it into his mouth. His sharp teeth crushed the Thunder Yuan Jade in 2 bites. Then, the crazy lightning energy seemed to have escaped from its shackles and crazily poured into his body. This lightning power was indeed quite terrifying. In addition, Ling Xiao had directly crushed the Thunder Yuan Jade with his teeth. The energy began to impact in an instant. The burning and painful feeling bloomed in his body. He felt as if his limbs, bones, and internal organs were about to be destroyed by this lightning. If an ordinary cultivator did this, they would probably be a corpse by now. However, Ling Xiao smiled slightly at Deacon. This Thunder Yuan Jade was indeed terrifying. However, although it was terrifying, it did not pose any threat to his mystic world body. A moment later, this terrifying lightning energy was enveloped by 2 types of energy. Of these 2 types of energy, one was the earthy yellow power of Empress Earth. The other was the green power of Emperor Heaven. The power of lightning was completely suppressed. It seems that the Thunder Yuan Jade is not completely bragging. Deacon, because my physical body is too strong, the power of this Thunder Yuan Jade does not seem to be that great. If it was anyone else who did this, they probably wouldn't be able to live for long. A moment later, well, in less than a minute, the energy of the Thunder Yuan Jade was completely absorbed by his physical body. In his cells, in addition to the green and yellow colors, there was an additional trace of lightning. It was just that this lightning was too little. It was like a small electric spark between heaven and earth. Not enough, not enough. 1 piece of Thunder Yuan Jade is simply not enough. Ling Xiao shook his head and directly grabbed 2 pieces of Thunder Yuan Jade and was about to throw it into his mouth. "Master, what are you doing?" Seeing Ling Xiao's crazy actions, Shundian was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "I'm going to continue fusing with the Thunder Yuan Jade. 1 piece of Thunder Yuan Jade is not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Ling Xiao said with a smile, "Master, what kind of monster's body is this? I've never seen anyone who can fuse with Thunder Yuan Jade like this. If that's the case, Master's lightning battle body is probably not just at the elementary level." Shundian said in surprise. "Elementary level? What? There are grades for the lightning battle body." "Of course there are. Almost every battle body has a grade. It's just that some have fewer and some have more." The Thunder battle body was divided into 4 levels: Elementary Thunder battle body, Intermediate Thunder battle body, Advanced Thunder battle body, and Ultimate Thunder battle body. Elementary Lightning battle body requires 10 pieces of Thunder Yuan Jade. It will require more in the future. If Master's physical body can withstand it, I think you can probably reach the elementary level. That will be even more ferocious. Shindian was a little excited. This master of hers seemed to bring her incomparably huge surprises every single time. She increasingly felt that her choice back then was really, really right. Now, let me try and see how many pieces of thunder yuan jade my body can fuse with. Ling Xiao smiled and threw 2 pieces of thunder yuan jade into his mouth at the same time. Although the impact this time was more terrifying. Chapter 22-28. Continue. This time, Ling Xiao ate 3 thunder elemental jades in one go. Master, are you all right? Shindian asked worriedly. I'm fine. I can continue. So far, Ling Xiao had merged 6 thunder elemental jades. However, he didn't feel anything from them. This time, Ling Xiao planned to try eating 4 thunder elemental jades. If he succeeded, he would be able to form the lightning combat body. With the lightning combat body and the inheritance of the sun god, even if Ling Xiao didn't use his previous fighting techniques, he would definitely be one of the best among martial artists of the same level. Master, you have to take it easy. Using 4 thunder elemental jades at once isn't a joke. Shindian was really nervous. Merging 4 thunder elemental jades in one go would be equivalent to merging 10 thunder elemental jades. If he succeeded, he would be able to form the lightning combat body. However, if he failed, he would be in danger of exploding and dying. Shindian, have some confidence in me, okay? Ling Xiao smiled. He had already put the 4 thunder elemental jades into his mouth and chewed. He wasn't being impulsive, nor was he pretending to be calm. He wasn't crazy either. There was a reason why he merged 4 thunder elemental jades in one go. Because his physical body was too strong. If he merged them one by one, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to form the lightning combat body even if he used 10. This wasn't something that someone told him. It was something that he felt. His feelings had always been very accurate. Therefore, he needed to stimulate his physical body. 3 thunder elemental jades wouldn't do, but it would be enough to have a certain impact on his physical body. For thunder elemental jades would definitely do it. To give a bad example, it would be like deep-fried meatballs. A normal meatball would be cooked with a normal amount of oil. However, what if the meatball was very big? In that case, he would have to add more oil to cook it. Shindian, you should know that the danger I'm facing now is the ghost prison trial. I don't know who else besides Sha Hai would want to harm me. However, I knew very well that Mo Feiyu would never let go of the fact that his entire family was killed. Therefore, I have to increase my strength. The stronger the better. Because I really don't know if there are any lackeys bribed by Mo Feiyu among the 8 immortals participating in the ghost prison trial. Ling Xiao felt that he could withstand 4 pieces of lightning essence jades. Another reason was that the lightning battle body was the most direct way to increase his combat power. If he didn't become stronger, he could only die. When Ling Xiao closed his eyes and chewed the 4 pieces of thunder yuan jades, the terrifying purplish-blue energy instantly wreaked havoc in his body like a majestic lightning. Shindian was extremely nervous. Don't worry, little girl. If something really happens to him, as his master, I won't sit by and do nothing. The Yuan Venerate's voice echoed in the soul of the Divine Codex. The 2 of them had already been introduced to each other by Ling Xiao, so they were naturally not surprised. I can help too. The Divine Codex nodded heavily. Although she didn't feel that she was related to Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's life and death were closely related to her future. If something happened to Ling Xiao, her future would also be gloomy. Ling Xiao could no longer hear the conversation between the 2 of them. The energy of the 4 pieces of lightning essence jades had actually fused with the lightning power of the previous 6 pieces of lightning essence jades, forming an extremely terrifying and violent lightning. This lightning actually wanted to seize control of Ling Xiao's body and take it for itself. This is actually an energy body with consciousness? It is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. However, that powerful energy was really too terrifying. Waves of intense pain kept coming from his body. It actually wanted to destroy his mystic world body. The power of the heavenly Earth Empress resisted with all its might. Ling Xiao's idea was very simple. He could only fuse with this energy, but he couldn't let this energy become the master of his body, even though this kind of pain made him wish he was dead. However, he had already experienced the feeling of living a life worse than death, so it would be much better now. He really wanted to faint and end this once and for all. That way, he wouldn't have to continue enduring this terrifying pain. However, he knew that he couldn't do that. If he fainted and woke up again, he might no longer be himself. The divine codex was floating near Ling Zhao's body. She could clearly see that black blood was flowing out of Ling Zhao's 7 orifices. After that, black blood flowed out from almost every pore. She was scared out of her wits. She didn't know what had happened to Ling Zhao. Why was this happening? This was simply the prelude to his body exploding. What should we do, Yuan Venerate? What should we do now? Master seems to be dying. The divine codex was anxious. However, she, who had always been knowledgeable, couldn't think of a way to deal with this situation. She didn't know what to do. Don't worry. This is because his body is being tempered by the power of lightning. It's the same principle as human immortals and perfected immortals being tempered by lightning tribulations. It's just that it's not as powerful, the Yuan Venerate explained. Your master is much more formidable than you think. Don't forget that he hasn't entered beast form yet, the Yuan Venerate explained. Yes, that's right. If master feels that he can't take it anymore, he can enter his sun god beast form. That way, his body's endurance will definitely increase greatly. The divine codex was finally relieved. However, to be honest, she was still very nervous when she saw the black blood flowing out of Ling Zhao's body. This state lasted for an entire day. Ling Zhao's body looked a lot thinner. Perhaps it was because a lot of the black blood was actually impurities that had been tempered by Ling Zhao's body. Otherwise, Ling Zhao wouldn't be able to survive if so much blood was released, even if he was a yin-yang realm martialist. When the sky gradually darkened, Ling Zhao finally began to enter his beast form. He transformed into the human form of a sun god. This was the third form of a beast god. Although his entire body was in beast form, he still had the general appearance of a human and wasn't in the form of a beast. After entering his sun god form, Ling Zhao clearly felt that the pressure on him had decreased a lot. Although he could still feel that his body was still in pain due to the continuous tempering, this kind of pain was basically just an itch compared to the pain he had felt before. Ling Zhao could clearly feel that his body was starting to move in the direction of the lightning battle body. He maintained his sun god form and started to guide the terrifying lightning in his body to temper his body. He was no longer being tempered passively. The divine codex finally heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Ling Zhao was no longer bleeding and screaming. Master is really too valiant. His foresight is too good and his luck is even better. If he hadn't found the sun god statue and unraveled its secret, he would have been in trouble. I'm afraid Master would really be in trouble today. Chapter 22-29. Yes, this kid's luck has always been pretty good. Of course, this also has to do with his ability to discover things. The statue of the sun god was placed there, and no one else noticed it, but he did. This is where he is stronger than others. Yuan Venerates, who had already experienced this more than once, weren't surprised by this sort of thing. However, it didn't seem like he could relax yet. The Yuan Venerate had actually heard of the lightning battle body before. The most crucial moment was when the lightning battle body was condensed after 10 pieces of thunder origin jade were fused. If Ling Zhao didn't have any special methods to deal with it, his body would be turned into charcoal in an instant. Even his sacred sun form wouldn't be able to withstand it. He carefully observed everything that was happening in Ling Zhao's body. If there was any danger, he would deal with it in a timely manner. Just like that, another day passed. The energy of the 4 pieces of Thunder Origin Jade had completely fused with Ling Zhao's body and fused with the other 6 pieces of Thunder Origin Jade. Inside Ling Zhao's cells, an obvious bolt of lightning was formed. A terrifying thundercloud had also formed in the mountain river realm. This meant that the Thunder Origin Jade wasn't just tempering Ling Zhao's physical body. It was also tempering Ling Zhao's soul. This should be the effect of the Thunder Origin Jade itself. It was just that other people didn't pay attention to it. Compared to the cultivation of the physical body, the cultivation of the soul was severely underestimated. However, Ling Zhao wasn't the same. He had always insisted on improving his physical body, soul, and cultivation at the same time. Therefore, he could sense this. Finally, The most crucial moment had arrived. At the final juncture of condensing the lightning battle body, just as the Yuan Venerate had expected, Ling Xiao's body seemed to have turned into a world of thunder and lightning. The terrifying thunder and lightning started its final rampage in his body. Perhaps they weren't willing to be completely devoured and absorbed by Ling Xiao's body, so they wanted to make a final desperate struggle. This way, Ling Xiao would be in trouble. His meridians were constantly bombarded and burned by the thunder and lightning. Even the core of his body, hell, was constantly bombarded. Yin-Yang realm martial artists could form 18 levels of hell spirit veins in their bodies. This was not only the core of Yin-Yang realm martial artists, but it was also the center of Yin-Yang realm martial artists' yin and yang energy. Once the hell spirit vein was destroyed, the martial artist would be crippled. Ling Xiao was only at the middle stage of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. There was only one layer of hell in his body to resist the lightning. The gates of hell were on the verge of collapsing under the lightning. It's already come to this, and you're still trying to put up a futile resistance. Do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, am a fledgling cultivator? Facing the final counterattack of these crazy lightning bolts, Ling Xiao appeared very calm. Inside the thatched cottage, the divine grimoire once again saw the terrifying and mysterious universe. She saw that behind Ling Xiao, there was a huge black curtain that enveloped the entire space. In the universe, there were stars twinkling and wild beasts roaring. Is this master's martial spirit? How terrifying! Just as the divine codex said, this was the scene of Ling Xiao's martial spirit, the Tyrant martial spirit, being released. Of course, it wasn't completely released. If the Tyrant martial spirit was completely released, the entire 8 immortal mountain would probably be enveloped in the boundless universe. This was only a small part of the Tyrant martial spirit. However, when this terrifying power was released, the pitiful lightning bolts in Ling Xiao's body suddenly stopped moving. They were actually trembling and wailing. Final fusion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the royal heaven-earth power in Ling Xiao's body finally completely fused these lightning bolts into his cells. A purplish-blue lightning pattern appeared in every cell in Ling Xiao's body. He could release these lightning bolts at any time to add to his attacks. Moreover, these lightning bolts wouldn't affect his other attacks. Everything was under his control, just like the royal heaven-earth power. Another day passed. Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes and changed into a new set of clothes. However, there was an excited smile on his face. Lightning battle body, elementary stage. If the royal heaven power gave Ling Xiao terrifying strength, then the royal earth power gave Ling Xiao terrifying defense. As for the power of thunder and lightning, it gave Ling Xiao the power of thunder and lightning. In his cells, these 3 types of energy fused together and coexisted perfectly. The elementary lightning battle body's power was basically equivalent to a jade-grade intermediate body tempering technique. However, it was slightly stronger. To the current Ling Xiao, this was simply a treasure. Although his sealed world body was strong, his strength hadn't recovered. It was impossible for him to unleash the power of the past. However, the lightning battle body was different. Because it was condensed now, it could be used without any hindrance. Jade-grade intermediate sword skill, meteor sword art. After being modified, it was a jade-grade intermediate body tempering technique, moon-treading meteor steps. It was equivalent to a jade-grade intermediate body tempering technique, lightning battle body. In addition, he had the seal of immortality that could be strengthened as his cultivation increased. Ling Xiao believed that among the Yin-Yang realm martial artists of the 8 Immortals Mountain, at least in terms of martial arts, he wouldn't fall behind. No, to be exact, he was far ahead. Although the Black Tortoise continent had more high-level martial arts than the White Tiger continent, Ling Xiao knew that there weren't many disciples of the 8 Immortals who truly understood jade-grade intermediate martial arts. Most of them were the elites of their respective mountains. Therefore, his advantage was very obvious. On top of that, he had the advantage of reincarnation, the advantage brought by his tyrannical martial soul, and the advantage of his profound inner force. It would be easier for him to challenge those of a higher level. Master, you really have the lightning battle body, right? Xin Dian saw Ling Xiao stand up. Although Ling Xiao had regained his original form, he didn't change much. Therefore, she was a little confused. Of course, I succeeded. I just hid the aura of the lightning battle body. Such a fun thing, of course. I'll use it in a life and death battle. When that time comes, I guarantee that they will be shocked. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I just want to eat now. Oh right, I didn't miss the ghost prison trial, right? No, I only spent 3 days. There are still 2 days before the ghost prison trial. But master, during this time, several people came to find you. Shun Dian said. Who were they? Your senior sister Feng, and Zhou Tong, and the Scarlet Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord Qi Lian and Qi Yin and our Mountain Lord, Lin Ruoxian, Mo Feiyu, Shahai. Shin Dian replied. So many people. Ling Xiao thought that he was just an ordinary disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Why would so many people care about him? Feng Ru must have come to find him because she cared about him. Zhou Tong must have come to find him to monitor him. Mountain Lord Qi Lian and Qi Yin must have come to find him because of the theft of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. But that had nothing to do with him. He was sure that his theft this time was absolutely ingenious. Chapter 22:30. Ling Xiao thought that Lin Ruoxian was looking for him for some reason, while Mo Feiyu was probably looking for him to threaten him. It was said that Mo Feiyu's situation had been investigated thoroughly. The 8 Immortals Mountain confirmed that he had nothing to do with the Spectre sect, but they still planned to let him cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. It was almost like a house arrest. This gave Ling Xiao more time to catch up with this guy's cultivation. That idiot Sha Hai might have come looking for him to fight in the arena of life and death. As for the Black Immortal Mountain Lord's motive, he was not sure. But now that his cultivation was over, he should go to the Black Immortal Mountain Lord's place to take a look. No matter what, the Mountain Lord had blocked the Scarlet Immortal Mountain Lord, Qi Lian, for him. He had to thank him. Of course, no matter how big the world was, it was not as big as his body. Before he went, he had to have a meal. After eating, his originally thin body instantly recovered to its original state. This scene made the Shun Dian feel extremely strange and surprised, but Ling Xiao was already used to it. His body seemed to be able to completely digest and absorb everything he ate in the shortest amount of time. Monster. The Shin Dian could only use this word to describe his strange master. He ate the Thunder Essence Jade like it was a bean, and he could digest and absorb it instantly after eating? What kind of person was this? After eating, Ling Xiao went to see the Black Immortal Mountain Lord. The Mountain Lord did not say much, but gave Ling Xiao some elixirs for cultivation and a piece of Thunder Essence Jade. Ling Xiao, I have high hopes for you. Whether or not the Black Immortal Mountain can be developed and revitalized depends on your shoulders. Although these elixirs and Thunder Essence Jade did not seem to be of much use to Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao was very grateful. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord did not speak much, but he was very fair and magnanimous. This made him very respectful. Don't worry, Mountain Lord. Ling Xiao will use his own actions to repay the Black Immortal Mountain for taking me in. A person like him who had offended the Zhou family and the Shin family would not be accepted into the 8 Immortal Mountain except for the Black Immortal Mountain. Therefore, he was actually grateful to the Black Immortal Mountain. After returning to the thatched cottage from the Black Immortal Mountain Lord's place, Ling Xiao adapted to his current lightning combat body and began to devour the lightning elemental jade. There were only 2 days left until the ghost prison trial, and there was nothing else to do. Since he already had the lightning combat body, it would be easier for him to devour the lightning elemental jade. But this time, he did not dare to devour multiple Thunder Essence Jades at once. Instead, he fused them one by one. From returning to the thatched cottage to the day of the ghost prison trial, Ling Xiao had fused with a total of 19 Thunder Elemental Jades. According to the Divine Codex, one had to fuse at least 20 Thunder Elemental Jades to advance from Elementary Thunder Elemental Physique to Intermediate Thunder Elemental Physique. However, Ling Xiao did not dare to do so. This was because when he fused with the 19th Thunder Origin Jade, the lightning power in his body was about to surpass the current Royal Heaven-Earth power. This gave him a very ominous feeling. So, he stopped for the time being. Coincidentally, it was also the day of the ghost prison trial. Although his elementary thunder elemental physique did not advance to intermediate thunder elemental physique, it was definitely enough for the current stage. Just based on the strength of his body, he could crush most of the yin-yang realm martial artists in the first level of hell and some of the martial artists in the second level of hell. This was much stronger than his previous combat strength. When Ling Xiao stopped cultivating, he saw Feng Ru appear at the door. She was still the gentle and lovely girl, but there was a hint of melancholy on her face. It was obvious that she was worried. Ling Xiao, I heard that Zhou Yun was killed. Did you do it? Feng Ru asked. How is that possible? I don't know how to clone myself. Ling Xiao smiled. Feng Ru was too naive, so there were some benefits to keeping some things from her. I believe you, but Scarlet Fairy Mountain seems to have blamed Zhou Yun's death on you. Even when their warehouse was stolen, they still want to settle the score with you for no reason. These people must be sick in the head. How could you steal their things without being noticed? Feng Ru said angrily, those people from Scarlet Fairy Mountain are too unreasonable. Ling Xiao secretly stuck out his tongue. Although Scarlet Fairy Mountain was angry at him for no reason, this was a blind cat catching a dead mouse. That thing was really done by him. However, he would not admit it. At least not now. With his current strength, he could not completely protect himself. There were some things that he should hide. Just like the Tyrant Sky Martial Spirit. Until now, he had only shown it to a few people, and it was only a part of it. Those people probably would not have thought that the Tyrant Sky Martial Spirit was the upgraded version of the Mountain River Martial Spirit. Forget about them. Senior sister, you came to find me because of the ghost prison trial, right? Ling Xiao did not want to talk about those trivial matters. He only cared about the ghost prison trial now. Yes, it is indeed because of the ghost prison trial. The disciples who go down 8 Immortal Mountain to participate in the ghost prison trial will gather outside the ghost prison. At that time, the 8 mountain lords and many deacons who go down 8 Immortal Mountain will personally come to the scene. Junior brother, you don't dare to act recklessly. I know you are stubborn and don't want to be taken advantage of, but in that kind of situation, whether it is the deacons or the mountain lords, they can easily take your life. Feng Ru reminded, don't worry, senior sister. I know. Will you take me there? Ling Xiao asked. He was not a fool. When it was time to be presumptuous, he would naturally be presumptuous. But when it was time to restrain himself, he would definitely not be stupid. No, there is a senior brother from the ghost prison outside to take you and phone you there. I think the disciples from the other mountains have already gone there. Feng Ru sighed and said, I don't have that qualification. I am just reminding you of some things. Senior sister, you don't have to be so lonely. In fact, although senior sister's aptitude is not absolutely superior, it is still above average. You are more outstanding than Feng Yu and Ho Rin Feng. It's just that you don't have enough resources. Last time, senior sister, you gave the elixir to Qi Yenner because of me. This time, don't do that again. I don't have many elixirs. Ling Xiao gave the elixir he snatched from Zhou Yan to Feng Ru and said, Senior sister, you don't have to refuse. I can only rest assured when you are strong. After saying that, he turned and left, not giving Feng Ru a chance to refuse. Looking at Ling Xiao's back, Feng Ru suddenly burst into tears. Junior brother, don't worry. When you come out of the ghost prison, you will definitely see a new me. I won't let you down. At this time, Ling Xiao had already met with Feng Yu. Feng Yu seemed to have fused with 2 pieces of Thunder Yuan Jade. Her body had been tempered and strengthened a lot. She also seemed to have obtained a little power of thunder and lightning. But compared with the real thunder and lightning battle body, it was too far away. Thunder and lightning battle body, that is, the internal force produced by the body can be accompanied by the thunder and lightning attribute. Even every cell contains thunder and lightning. Chapter 22:31. Of course, Feng Yu didn't know that Ling Xiao had condensed the lightning battle body. Brat, don't think that you can ride on my head just because you defeated me last time. Now that I've fused with 2 pieces of lightning origin jade, I've already fused with the lightning origin jade. Now that I've fused 2 lightning battle bodies, you only got 1. My lightning power is much stronger than yours. Idiot. Ling Xiao was too lazy to argue with this guy. This guy didn't do anything unforgivable to him, so he was too lazy to kill him. Last time, he only taught him a lesson. He hoped that this idiot wouldn't be stupid. If he really pissed him off, he wouldn't be merciful anymore. Stop right there. Who are you calling an idiot? Feng Yu was angry. He looked at Ling Xiao as if he wanted to eat him up. There was a faint electric light flashing on his body. Although the electric light was insignificant, it was enough to decide the outcome of a fight between ordinary warriors. What? You really want to be beaten? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He had seen idiots before, but he had never seen such an idiot. Deliberately looking for a beating? Not to mention that he had already condensed the elementary lightning battle body and was only one step away from the intermediate lightning battle body. Even if he didn't have the lightning battle body, he could easily defeat this idiot with his current cultivation and the power of the sun god Beast soul. He wasn't a reincarnation realm warrior, but an ordinary Yin-Yang realm first-level hell. What was there to be proud of? I think you're the one looking for a beating. Feng Yu suddenly jumped up and attacked Ling Xiao in the same way as before. But this time, the attack contained a little bit of lightning power. Coupled with the fact that his body had been tempered by the lightning battle body, it had become much stronger. So Feng Yu was very confident. But in the next moment, his confidence was completely destroyed. Ling Xiao didn't make any attack at all. Well, if a slap could be counted as an attack, then there was. When Feng Yu was less than a meter away from Ling Xiao suddenly slapped out, and Feng Yu was embedded into the mountain rocks. At that moment, Feng Yu felt as if something was broken. That was his confidence. His confidence had been completely destroyed by this slap, leaving nothing behind. Hee, I heard that the mountain chieftain gave you 5 pieces of thunder elemental jade, right? Senior brother Feng and Zhou Tong had obtained thunder yuan jades before. This time, each of them only got 2 pieces. As for you, you get 5, while senior sister Feng and I get 1 each. Since you've wasted 2 pieces, you should have 3 left. Give them all to me. Ling Xiao pulled Feng Yu out from the mountain rock, and while patting Feng Yu's face, he said sinisterly, although Ling Xiao already has 61 pieces of thunder yuan jades, but this thing is really precious, and in order to cover up the fact that he stole the thunder yuan jades from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, he must snatch these 3 pieces of thunder yuan jades from Feng Yu. This explanation is much better than stealing from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain's warehouse. What's more, Feng Yu probably won't be able to survive in the ghost prison trial this time. This guy was probably still thinking of using the desert sea to get his revenge. Ling Xiao doesn't kill him now, but in the ghost prison, he still has to kill him. Who would blame a dead person for being robbed of thunder yuan jades? Here, you can have them all. Feng Yu didn't know Ling Xiao's ruthlessness, so he didn't dare to resist in front of Ling Xiao. All 3 pieces of thunder yuan jades were given to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took the thunder yuan jades and threw them into his storage ring with a smile. This way, he will have more. In the future, he won't have to worry about the lack of materials to upgrade his thunder battle body. Let's go, senior brother Feng Yu. You're the captain of the Black Immortal Mountain this time. Ling Xiao smiled mockingly and put Feng Yu on the ground. Brat, just you wait. Although I'm no match for you, Lord Sansi will definitely take your life. When that time comes, you'll have to pay back everything you've taken from me. No, you'll have to pay back double. Feng Yu thought indignantly, then lifted her foot and walked forward. He didn't walk far before he saw a senior brother from the ghost prison waiting there, looking very impatient. You 2 rookies actually made me wait for so long. Don't you know what kind of trash the Black Immortal Mountain is in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain? 2 wastes. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to go forward and say hello. Who knew that before he could open his mouth, the other party would say such a sentence, directly shattering his respect. It can be seen that the Black Immortal Mountain is really looked down on. Feng Yu didn't say anything, as if tacitly admitting that the Black Immortal Mountain is the worst in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. He didn't even refute. Ling Xiao thought for a while, and also didn't refute. Refuting with words is the most boring. If you want to refute, you have to use actions to tell these guys that the Black Immortal Mountain is not weak. Even if the Black Immortal Mountain only has him, Ling Xiao, he can still stand in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Seeing that the 2 of them didn't say anything, the senior brother from the ghost prison also felt that he was asking for a snub. He didn't say anything and brought Ling Xiao and Feng Yu to the ghost prison. At this time, outside the ghost prison, there is a boiling cauldron of voices. This is a huge square. On the square, the disciples from the other 7 mountains of the lower 8 immortal mountain have already arrived. Moreover, they have occupied almost all the space. Only the Black Immortal Mountain has no one. It is said that the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master was sent to perform a mission the day before the ghost prison trial. Today, the one representing the Black Immortal Mountain is the eldest disciple, Tyrant. But Tyrant is a cultivation maniac. He completely forgot about this matter and is still in seclusion. The second disciple, Zhotong, has arrived, but he is chatting enthusiastically with the people from the other mountains, as if he doesn't care that the Black Immortal Mountain's territory has been occupied. Feng Yu and Ling Xiao are the last to arrive. Because Ling Xiao was busy cultivating, he was a bit late. Anyway, he didn't exceed the stipulated time and didn't violate the rules. He doesn't feel that there is a problem. But in the eyes of others, there is a big problem. The 7 mountain masters of the lower 8 immortal mountain, plus the outer hall master Lin Haoyu. These are all important people. Not counting the 7 attendants of the lower 8 immortal mountain, they are all disciples of the upper 8 immortals. The Black Immortal Mountain doesn't have attendants. Because there are too few disciples, there is no need for them. So many important people are waiting for them here. This makes many people very angry. But they didn't think that even if these 2 people came, the time isn't up. They still have to wait. They only think that the Black Immortal Mountain is easy to bully. That's why they can't stand the Black Immortal Mountain disciples. Poor students will always be looked at differently. No matter how good your performance is, others will always think that you are cheating. This is the same logic. They look down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao can't be bothered with them. He just bowed to the outer hall master Lin Haoyu. Disciple Ling Xiao, a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain participating in the trial, greets the outer hall master. Very good. Go and wait first. There is still some time before the ghost prison trial begins. Adjust your mentality. Once you step into the ghost prison, you will face a life and death battle. It is definitely not a game. Chapter 22:32. Lin Haoyu treated Ling Xiao very well. This was probably because of Lin Yang and Lin Ruoxian's relationship. Of course, it was also because Ling Xiao had repaired the mixed Yuan Vajra array in the outer hall. This made Lin Haoyu feel that Ling Xiao was a talent. Just as he was about to go back and sit down, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent. He turned his head and saw a woman in red. Needless to say, this should be the mountain master of Scarlet Fairy Mountain, Qilian. He beat up her daughter, Qi Yin, so she must hold a grudge against him. However, he had already taken the Thunder Yuan Jade and those pills, but she was still unwilling to give up. This old witch really wanted to kill him. He stared at Qilian without showing any weakness. Although his cultivation was not as good as her, he was not afraid of these people in terms of killing intent and aura. Qilian was also slightly surprised. She did not expect Ling Xiao to dare to look at her. Interesting. No wonder you dare to bully my daughter. It turns out that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. You're only at the early stage of the first level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. I guess your martial soul is not very good, and you don't have any noble bloodline. How dare you be so arrogant? Well, this time in the ghost prison, my precious daughter will let you know what fear is. She had to admit that her daughter Qi Yin's aptitude was still very terrifying. She had actually integrated a total of 5 Thunder Yuan Jades. Now that her strength had increased greatly, she believed that it would not be a problem to deal with Ling Xiao. If not, there was still Shanghai. Shanghai was simply terrifying. In just a few days, he had integrated 10 Thunder Yuan Jades and condensed the elementary Thunder battle body. She didn't tell anyone about this secret because she wanted to surprise the competitors of the Scarlet Deity Mountain in the ghost prison. Thinking of this, Qi Yin withdrew her gaze. Ling Xiao was too lazy to continue fighting with that old witch. He turned around and wanted to find a place to sit. After all, there were still nearly 2 hours before the ghost prison trial began. He could not keep standing here. A chess piece had been thrown on the ground in the place that originally belonged to Black Fairy Mountain. Then, a few disciples of Purple Fairy Mountain sat on it, chatting and laughing. Feng Yu didn't know where she had slipped away. She probably went to complain to Shanghai. Looks like I have no choice but to show off my skills today. I can't be too cowardly. As long as I don't reveal my true strength, it will be fine. As a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain, if he couldn't even take back his own territory, then he would truly feel ashamed. Just like how the flag of the Celestial Empire was trampled underfoot, he would also be angry. In his heart, there was not only the martial Tao, but also the great ambition of unifying the profound world, as well as the persistence in his heart. Team honor might be worthless in the eyes of others, but in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was extremely precious. He walked over, planning to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Therefore, he found the senior brother in charge of arranging the seats in Ghost Prison and explained the situation. Why are you so troublesome? There are only 3 of you in the Black Immortal Mountain, right? You can just find a place to sit down. Why do you have to choose that place? What surprised him was that the senior brother he was looking for was the one who had just brought him here. He still hadn't forgotten how this fellow had mocked and ridiculed the Black Immortal Mountain. Just because there are few people, so you can just give away your territory? Have you ever seen a country with a backbone that would cede its territory to others for no reason? Moreover, even if we don't want the place, we can't just let them sit on our Black Immortal Mountain's flag, right? Ling Xiao suppressed his anger and said, "Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you teach me a lesson? Your Black Immortal Mountain once had a great trader, Ling Yin. He has long been notorious. It is the benevolence of the sect that he didn't destroy your Black Immortal Mountain. What nonsense are you spouting? If you don't have a place to sit, then scram. Also, your flag is already considered good for sitting. It should be used as toilet paper." This senior brother Ghost Prison suddenly became irritable, as if Ling Xiao had made a big mistake. Your surname is also Ling. Could it be that you are the descendant of that traitor, Ling Yin? No wonder you want to speak up for the Black Immortal Mountain. So Ling Yin was the former mountain master of the Black Immortal Mountain? Ling Yin went all the way from the mountain master to the sect leader of the 8 Immortal Mountain. That kid is really powerful. Forget it. You are my brother. I absolutely believe in your character. Before you come back, I will guard the Black Immortal Mountain well for you. No one can insult it. What's your name? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. What's my name? Why are you asking me my name? Do you want to complain? Fine, go ahead. My name is Zhang Cheng, the disciple of the 8 Immortals in charge of the Ghost Prison trial. I was originally from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Zhang Cheng roared like a madman. Scarlet Immortal Mountain? That explains it. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Scarlet Immortal Mountain is a bunch of trash, scum. What did you say? Zhang Cheng became even angrier. No one had ever dared to say that. Since the establishment of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, it had been the strongest in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Who dared to say that they were trash? At that moment, Zhang Cheng was furious to the extreme. He completely forgot his identity. Suddenly, he circulated his origin energy and charged towards Ling Xiao. Of course, this had something to do with Ling Xiao. Not only did Ling Xiao use words to provoke him, but he also used the 3-leaf demonic eyes, causing Zhang Cheng's emotions to reach the extreme. That was why the current scene happened. Seeing Zhang Cheng pouncing over, Ling Xiao smiled faintly and dodged swiftly. Zhang Cheng did not have time to dodge at all. He directly rushed over and knocked the few disciples of the Purple Immortal Mountain, sitting on the Black Immortal Mountain flag, unconscious. Ling Xiao hurriedly picked up the flag and said to Zhang Cheng with a smile, Thank you for your help, senior brother. You have taken back our Black Immortal Mountain's territory. Thank you very much. Zhang Cheng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, at this moment, he was already restrained by 2 disciples from the Ghost Prison. It was impossible for him to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao shrugged at Zhang Cheng. Then, he casually raised the Black Immortal Mountain flag again. He sat there alone and casually threw out a formation refining stone, enveloping this huge space. Even if there was only 1 person left in a country, this territory could not be casually given away. If it belonged to the Black Immortal Mountain, it belonged to the Black Immortal Mountain. Whoever had the ability to snatch it would die if they could not. That person is Ling Xiao, who did not attend the appointment to participate in the Sansi life and death arena, right? How can he still have the face to come out? If it were me, I would have committed suicide out of shame long ago. In the crowd, there were clearly people who recognized Ling Xiao and could not help but chatter. Hee, that's right. He has the guts to accept the challenge, but doesn't have the guts to go. What a disgrace to the Black Immortal Mountain. Hearing such words, Ling Xiao's face gradually darkened. Although he did not care about these barks, being said that he did not dare to accept the challenge for no reason, he was very unhappy. This was because he had not agreed to the Sansi life and death arena from the beginning to the end. Chapter 22:33. F***CK. Whether it's Sha Hai or Qi Yin just you wait. I'm being scolded because of you bastards. Don't be alone in the ghost prison. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Zhang Cheng's incident was just a small disturbance. What the 7 mountain lords and Lin Haoyu were discussing was the big matter of the ghost prison trial. Everyone, which mountain do you think will come out on top in this time's ghost prison trial? Lin Haoyu asked with a smile. Is there a need to ask? Of course, it's still Scarlet Deity Mountain. Scarlet Deity Mountain not only has Qi Yin this year, but also a peerless genius like Sha Hai. They'll definitely come out on top in the ghost prison trial. Although Yuan Neng is strong, his treasures will definitely fall into Sha Hai's hands. The one who spoke was the Mountain Lord of Purple Deity Mountain. This guy seemed to be flirting with Qi Lian. No one knew if he had something going on with Qi Lian. However, as the Mountain Lord of Purple Deity Mountain, he actually thought highly of Scarlet Deity Mountain's disciple. This was a bit of an exaggeration. However, the other mountain lords didn't seem to have any intention of refuting, because it was obvious that Sha Hai was strong. This was a fact that no one could deny. After a while, Lin Haoyu smiled and said, "Don't forget about Orange Deity Mountain. Orange Deity Mountain's genius disciple, Cheng Feiying, isn't any weaker than Sha Hai. She's also a rebirth realm martial artist. Even Sha Hai doesn't have absolute confidence in defeating Cheng Feiying. Mountain Lord of Orange Deity Mountain, aren't you being too modest?" "Not at all. Hallmaster Lin is too kind. That girl of mine isn't good enough." The Mountain Lord of Orange Deity Mountain was a man of few words. He seemed to be a person who stood aloof from worldly affairs. However, this didn't stop him from having an outstanding granddaughter, Cheng Feiying. Although he was very modest, after Lin Haoyu's reminder, the others also came to their senses. That's right. I'm afraid the final winner of the ghost prison trial will be between Cheng Feiying and Sha Hai. Most of the others are going to accompany the Crown Prince in his studies. Yes, Cheng Feiying isn't bad compared to Sha Hai. The competition between the two of them will definitely be very intense. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Crimson Viper sneered inwardly. What Cheng Feiying? She probably doesn't know that Sha Hai has already condensed the lightning battle body. What belongs to our Crimson Immortal Mountain will still belong to us. We've been in first place for so long. The strength of the Desert Sea is stronger than the previous disciples. We can't lose this victory. Thinking up to this point, Qi Lian couldn't help but sneer. He didn't want to hear anyone compare Cheng Feiying to Sha Hai, so he casually asked, "What do you all think of that Ling Xiao? I heard that he killed Xin Chong when he was at the half-step Yin-Yang realm. Could this kid be one of the strong competitors? Impossible. Rumors are just rumors. No matter how strong that kid is, he has just reached the Yin-Yang realm. He probably used some scheme to kill Xin Chong." As soon as Qi Lian said this, someone objected. When she heard this, she was naturally very happy. She brought up Ling Xiao's name because she wanted the people around her to criticize and mock Ling Xiao and vent her anger for her daughter. "Mountain Lord Crimson Immortal, I think highly of that Ling Xiao. You have to be careful and don't let your daughter participate in the ghost prison trial. Your daughter has caused trouble for Ling Xiao several times. With that kid's ruthlessness, your daughter Qi Yin will be in trouble." Lin Haoyu said with a smile. Hallmaster Lin thinks too highly of that kid. If he really dares to harm my daughter, Sha Hai will make him suffer. At that time, he will be a corpse. Besides, my daughter Qi Yin has just integrated 5 pieces of Thunder Jade, and her strength has greatly increased. Do you still think that Ling Xiao can deal with Qi Yin? Qi Lian snorted disdainfully. Qi Yin is indeed a genius to have integrated 5 pieces of thunder jade. It is said that Ling Xiao only has 1 piece of thunder jade. It seems that he is no match for Qi Yin. That's right. There was still a little hope, but now, that little hope is completely gone. Besides, Sha Hai is also here. It will be good if Ling Xiao can come out alive. Everyone was discussing and did not think highly of Ling Xiao. At this time, even Lin Haoyu began to worry about Ling Xiao. Mountain Lord Crimson Immortal was disdainful of Ling Xiao. Below, a group of Crimson Immortal Mountain disciples, led by Qi Yin, walked to the front of Black Immortal Mountain's territory. There were nearly 100 people in this group. Among them, there were 20 warriors who were at the peak of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. There were also 4 who were at the late stage of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. Of course, Sha Hai was stronger than them. Sha Hai had already reached the peak of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. He had also condensed the lightning battle body. There was also a rumor that Sha Hai could have broken through to the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, in order to participate in the Ghost Prison trial and fight for the Origin Energy Treasure, he did not break through. In other words, if this rumor was true, Sha Hai might break through in the Ghost Prison trial. At that time, Ling Xiao would be in trouble. Zhou Tong and Feng Yu were mixed in with this group of people. These 2 guys followed the Crimson Immortal Mountain disciples like 2 dogs. They were all sizing up Ling Xiao as if they were admiring a monkey in the hands of a street monkey show. Miss Yin, this is the Ling Xiao you were talking about. He looks like a coward. He agreed to the life and death arena but did not dare to show up. He is not a man at all. A Crimson Immortal Mountain disciple raised his voice and said, "That's right. A little warrior from a small town probably thinks about how to survive all day. He doesn't know what it means to be responsible. Speaking of which, he is not bad. He can even reach the Yin-Yang realm. He has made the Black Immortal Mountain proud." Pa, shameless? I think he's going to embarrass the Black Immortal Mountain in this Ghost Prison trial. Ha 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 ha, that's right. He might die as soon as he enters. Our Miss Yin will not spare him. Not only Miss Yin I heard that this guy even provoked his senior brother. He is really not cute. A guy who only knows how to hurt people behind their backs and play tricks should be punished by everyone. The Crimson Immortal Mountain disciples said one after another. It was obvious that they were talking to Qi Yin. Their bootlicking skills were not bad, but it was a pity that it was a little too disgusting. Qi Yin stood there in a good mood. The words of the people around her were like knives, stabbing at Ling Xiao one by one. She felt very happy. When she thought of how Ling Xiao dared to hurt her, she felt uncomfortable all over. Chapter 22:34. Qi Yin hoped to see Ling Xiao commit suicide out of grief and guilt. After all, this kind of thing had happened before. In the past, there was a disciple who, because of his poor psychological quality, felt hopeless after being scolded by others and finally committed suicide. However, when she turned her head to look at Ling Xiao, what she saw was a smiling Ling Xiao who was reading an old book that she had no idea where he had gotten it from. This guy must be doing it on purpose. Qi Yin gnashed her teeth in anger. Oh, why are there so many dogs barking today? Ling Xiao happened to raise his head at this time, with a very disgusted look on his face. He even picked his ear with the little finger of his right hand. Does the 8 Immortals Mountain have so many dogs? Bastard, who are you calling a dog? Ling Xiao's words were like poking a hornet's nest. The disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, who came with Qi Yin, were all furious. Don't apologize if you have guts. I'll kill you. You're finished. In the ghost prison, I'll break your dog mouth. If it weren't for the sex rules, I would have killed you. Among all of them, Qi Yin was the angriest. Last time, she was beaten by Ling Xiao. This time, she was called a dog in front of so many people. She couldn't wait to skin Ling Xiao and pull out his tendons. TSK, TSK, TSK. These dogs are barking louder. Is no one taking them back? Ling Xiao laughed. Ling Xiao, you've gone too far. Feng Yu stood up at this time and said, How can you insult your fellow disciples like this? Although he was still very afraid of Ling Xiao, standing in this group of people at this time, he felt as if he had a backer. He even dared to criticize Ling Xiao. Some people don't want to be human, but want to be with a group of dogs? Oh, that's right. If you don't want to be a dog, no one will give you dog food. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Yu contemptuously. To be honest, he could understand why the disciples of the Scarlet Deity Mountain scolded him. After all, they were competitors and enemies. However, Feng Yu was a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain. Instead of helping him defend the glory of the Black Immortal Mountain, he actually helped others. This person had degenerated into someone else's lackey. Enough. After Feng Yu spoke, Zhou Tong also spoke. He thought that he was Ling Xiao's senior brother, and that he was stronger than Ling Xiao. Therefore, he stood out and pointed at Ling Xiao, saying, "Why aren't you apologizing to your fellow disciples? As a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain, you have really embarrassed our Black Immortal Mountain. How disgusting." Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. In front of everyone, he pointed at Zhou Tong's dog face and scolded, "Look at what kind of face you have now. How dare you talk about the glory of the Black Immortal Mountain? What were you doing when the battle flag of the Black Immortal Mountain was being used by someone else? You're talking and laughing with your dog's owner. When the territory of the Black Immortal Mountain was occupied by others, what were you doing? You're flattering and bootlicking. If you want to talk about losing face, it's not me, Ling Xiao, but you, Zhou Tong. Why don't you join the Scarlet Immortal Mountain? It's really wronging you to stay in the Black Immortal Mountain, you lackey of the Desert Sea." "You, what did you say?" Zhou Tong stood there, feeling uneasy all over. Because at this moment, many people were looking at him. He had to admit that Ling Xiao's every word was right. When Ling Xiao was fighting for the glory of the Black Immortal Mountain, he was mixing with the people of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Perhaps some people could criticize Ling Xiao, but he, Zhou Tong, was really not worthy. "I said that you are not worthy of being a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain. If I were the Black Immortal Mountain's mountain master, I would kick away trash like you," Ling Xiao said loudly. "Well said. Ha ha ha." Cheers could be heard from the crowd. Everyone turned their heads and saw that it was Lin Yang. Lin Yang felt that as Ling Xiao's follower, if he couldn't support Ling Xiao at this time, then he wasn't a man. So he stood out. "Lin Yang, you bastard." Zhou Tong looked at Lin Yang, gnashing his teeth in hatred, but he didn't dare to make a move here. After all, Lin Yang was a member of the Lin family. With Lin Ruoxian and Lin Haoyu around, at least in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, there weren't many who dared to touch Lin Yang. "Don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for humiliating yourself. You did something disgusting, so don't blame someone who did the right thing. I really feel ashamed for the Zhou family. How could there be a disciple like you?" Lin Yang sneered and said, "Good, very good. Lin Yang, just you wait." Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with a ruthless killing intent. It seemed that he was ready to deal with Lin Yang. Just like the last time when he dealt with Qian He, no one knew that he deliberately cooperated with the Desert Sea. It was a pity that he couldn't kill Qian He on the spot and let him jump off the cliff. But since Qian He didn't come back after so long, he was probably dead. As long as he killed Lin Yang outside, no one would know and no one could blame him. "And you, Ling Xiao, you insulted senior brother. You will definitely suffer retribution. Don't die in the ghost prison trial." "Humph." Zhou Tong turned back to look at Ling Xiao and snorted. "Brother Zhou, little sister Yin why bother with that madman? He's only doing this because he wants to get everyone's attention. His background is inferior to ours. His bloodline is inferior to ours, and his cultivation is inferior to ours. That's all he can do. I gave him a chance to enter the ring of life and death, but he didn't dare to take it. In the end, he's just a coward who doesn't dare to do anything." At this time, Desert Sea also walked over and looked at Ling Xiao with contempt. Now that he had condensed the lightning battle body, he despised Ling Xiao even more. Previously, he had believed that he could crush Ling Xiao to death with just one hand. Now, he believed it even more. Brother Desert Sea is so handsome. Qi Yin looked at Desert Sea's expert aura and her eyes almost popped out. Looking at Ling Xiao, she couldn't help but wonder why she bothered with a piece of trash like Ling Xiao. She had already gotten such an outstanding man like Desert Sea. She would definitely marry him in the future. She was now the object of everyone's envy, including that Ling Xiao. That guy was actually quite pitiful. Compared to an outstanding warrior like Brother Desert Sea, he was worthless. Another pitiful creature targeted by the sea of sand? In the crowd, a 15-year-old girl looked at Ling Xiao, shook her head gently, and sighed. This girl was Cheng Feiying of Orange Immortal Mountain. She was known as a warrior second only to Desert Sea. And she was a girl. She was also a reincarnation realm warrior and one of the two most promising geniuses in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Junior sister, Desert Sea seems to have a good relationship with Qi Yan. You are engaged to him. How can he do this? Beside Cheng Feiying, a girl said indignantly, Haha, that's just my grandfather's drunken words. Although Desert Sea is outstanding, the person I like is in the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, not him. It's good that he likes Qi Yan. Chapter 22:35. Cheng Feiying's ambition was really high. She looked down on everyone from the lower 8 immortals. Her eyes were always on the top. She already had someone she liked. Junior sister's mentality is really different from others. But junior sister, I heard that Ling Xiao even dared to provoke Mo Feiyu from the 8 Immortals Mountain. How is this kid? Cheng Feiying looked at Ling Xiao again and shook her head. His spirit is very strong. But before he reincarnated, he probably wasn't that good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reincarnated to a place like Yuhua Town. He's a character, but he won't live for long. This ghost prison trial will be his end. I think so too. From the looks of it, even the onlookers thought that Ling Xiao was really too weak, not even worth mentioning. After offending Sha Hai and so many people, this ghost prison trial was basically Ling Xiao's hell. Under Sha Hai's lead, the Scarlet Immortal Mountain disciples returned to the Scarlet Immortal Mountain's territory. Cheng Feiying also retracted her gaze. She said coldly, this ghost prison trial will last for a total of 10 days. Within these 10 days, what we need to do is find Yuan Nong and kill him. Then we can get the Nether Spirit Artifact series hidden in his storage ring. There are a total of 18 Nether Spirit artifacts. Each of them contains a mid-jade grade martial technique. Of course, this is the most important reward. If we can't get them in 10 days, the ghost prison trial will also end. Depending on the prey we kill, we can get the corresponding contribution points. The person in first place will still get the special reward from the sect. And if we can kill Yuan Nong in advance, the trial will also end. This time, the first place will be me. And that Sha Hai is my only opponent. You guys just help me hold back the others. Understood, junior sister. The Orange Immortal Mountain disciples participating in the ghost prison trial nodded. On Ling Zhao's side, Lin Yang was also explaining the rules of the ghost prison trial to him. 10 days. Huh? It's actually so long. Looks like this ghost prison isn't simple. That Yuan Nong might be even more powerful than we thought. Ling Xiao analyzed, Yuan Nong is a genius martial artist and a samsara martial artist. Even if he was caught by the 8 Immortals Mountain, it's impossible for his cultivation not to improve during this period. Be careful when you meet him. In addition, Lin Yang, you should return to the Purple Immortal Mountain first, in case some people target you. Okay, got it. Lin Yang nodded, then got up and left. To Ling Xiao, 10 days in the ghost prison trial was too long. It seemed that he had to think of a way to deal with Yuan energy first. However, he still had to observe the situation first. Inside the ghost prison, there might be an opportunity for him to condense the intermediate lightning combat body. Of course, the plan could not keep up with the changes. After entering the ghost prison, it was hard to say what would happen in the future. The moment he entered, he might be besieged by the group of people in the desert. Those people couldn't wait to skin him alive. He looked up. Apart from the Black Immortal Mountain, the martial artists from the other 7 mountains were not weak. The Scarlet Immortal Mountain had the most people, with more than 100. As for the other 6 mountains, there were dozens of people on each of them. These people were all at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. There were actually close to 20 Reincarnation Realm martial artists who could pose a threat to Ling Xiao. The 8 Immortals Mountain was indeed the 8 Immortals Mountain. They were really strong. These people definitely wouldn't be willing to serve as foils to the desert or Cheng Feiying. Some of them wanted to make a name for themselves. Not only did they have such thoughts, but they also had such strength. Is that Ching Feiying? She looks good, and her strength is not bad. Moreover, she's a samsara martial artist. There's no way she's inexperienced. I have to be careful of this woman. Ling Xiao sat there, carefully observing the potential opponents he might have. Is that person called Luo Yunxing? According to Lin Yang, this guy has been very low-key in the Purple Immortal Mountain, but his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Even Lin Ruoxian praised him before. He'll probably become a dark horse. Ling Xiao looked at Luo Yunxing and released his Tai Chi eye. Sure enough, this guy's strength was not inferior to Ching Feiying and Sha Hai. It seemed that he was indeed a ruthless character. Moreover, although the Tai Chi eye was powerful, it could only see cultivation. Ling Xiao still didn't know the other party's hidden strength. If Luo Yunxing, Ching Feiying, and Sha Hai really wanted to compete, then it would depend on their performance. Time's up. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Ling Xiao's analysis. On the high platform, the outer hall master Lin Haoyu announced the start of the ghost prison trial. At that moment, everyone suddenly became nervous. Open the gate to the first level of the ghost prison. Enter in order. At Lin Haoyu's command, the ghost prison's deacons were naturally responsible for leading everyone to the gate to the first level. This gate was obviously not an ordinary gate. Ling Xiao could sense that there was a layer of strange energy in the center of the gate. This energy should be able to throw people into a different space. In other words, the ghost prison should be an independent space that was different from the outside world. The ghost prison is a magic treasure left behind by a powerhouse in the past. A small world has naturally formed inside. We use it to imprison prisoners and ferocious demon beasts. You people can enter and participate in the ghost prison trial. It is an honor for you. It shows that your aptitude has been recognized by the sect. Lin Haoyu's voice still rang in everyone's ears. Although he was getting farther and farther away from everyone, his voice never left. When he heard this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be moved. A magic treasure of a powerhouse. This reminded him of the pagoda in the Yuehua school. There was also a small world inside, and there were secrets that the Yuehua school hadn't discovered yet. Perhaps this time, he would be able to get lucky again. People always had dreams. Without dreams, what was the difference between them and a salted fish? Although the ghost prison had been in the hands of the Eight Immortal Mountain for a long time, in Ling Xiao's opinion, the Eight Immortal Mountain wasn't considered a high-level sect. Since that was the case, it was very likely that there were secrets in the ghost prison that they hadn't discovered yet. Regardless of whether there were secrets or not, Ling Xiao planned to look for them. Sharpening a knife won't delay the work of cutting firewood. He believed that a good opportunity was more important than more than 10 years of bitter cultivation. Wasn't he able to have the ability he had today because of the many opportunities he had encountered? If he had only hidden in the sect to cultivate, he wouldn't have been able to encounter these opportunities. Therefore, people still had to have a habit of dreaming. They couldn't be too realistic and too rational. What if his dream came true? The Thunder Jade, the Beast God Inheritance, the Seal of Eternal Life, these were all opportunities. If Ling Xiao didn't seize them, it would be impossible for his dream to come true. Ling Xiao was a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain, so he and Feng Yu stood at the back. The first to enter the ghost prison were naturally the people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. After them were the people from the Orange Immortal Mountain. Chapter 2236. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. After all, the sect had given him 10 days. Yuaning wouldn't be defeated so easily. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing to be late. At this moment, Lin Ruoxian came to his side. Ling Xiao, you saved my cousin, Lin Yang. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go looking for Yuaning alone. That guy's strength is beyond your imagination. I've fought with him before. Of course, that was a long time ago. I was still a disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain. That guy is really scary. Regardless of whether Lin Ruoxian's advice was useful or not, Ling Xiao was still quite happy with her kind intentions. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Deacon Ruoxian. I understand." That's good. Safety is the most important thing. Even if you can't kill any of the prisoners or get a single contribution point, don't go head-to-head with Sha Hai. I'm afraid that Sha Hai has already condensed the Thunder Battle Body. This was only Lin Ruoxian's speculation, but she felt that it was necessary to remind Ling Xiao. Her words did surprise Ling Xiao. It seemed that he had underestimated Sha Hai. Deacon Lin, there are some things that you shouldn't say casually. You're a member of the Sha family. Suddenly, a handsome man with the demeanor of a noble young master walked over. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao, then looked at Lin Ruoxian and said. The way he looked at Ling Xiao was simply like he was looking at a bedbug. Desert Cloud. When did I, Lin Ruoxian, become a member of the Sha family? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Ruoxian frowned and said coldly. Desert Cloud sneered and said, Your opinion is meaningless. The Lin family doesn't dare to disobey the Sha family. You, Lin Ruoxian, will be a member of the Sha family sooner or later. Same goes for Cheng Feiying. All of you have to marry Sha Hai. Damn, that guy Sha Hai was really the darling of the Sha family. He actually had Qi Yin Cheng Feiying, and even Lin Ruoxian. Upon hearing the Desert Cloud's words, Ling Xiao was extremely displeased. Although he didn't have any feelings for Cheng Feiying or Lin Ruoxian. However, Lin Ruoxian had helped him before. She could be considered his benefactor. How could he allow his benefactor to become Sha Hai's wife? That bastard Sha Hai was a real scum. As for Cheng Feiying, he didn't give it much thought. After all, he didn't know her. She could marry whoever she wanted. After saying that, Desert Cloud looked at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, if it weren't for Master Desert Cloud's insistence on taking care of you personally, I would have squashed you like a bug right now. Then, he laughed and left. Ling Xiao stared at his back. After a long time, he snorted and said, Deacon Ruoxian, with your strength, he shouldn't be a match for you. This Desert Cloud should be at the peak of the third layer of hell. Although he's the strongest among the disciples of the lower 8 immortals. However, you're a disciple of the upper 8 immortals. I'm very surprised that you can see his cultivation. However, Ling Xiao, some things aren't as simple as you think. Lin Ruoxian sighed and said, Behind Desert Cloud is the terrifying Sha family. Our Lin family can't afford to offend them. I can't kill as I wish like you. Deacon Ruoxian, do you wish for him to die? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Of course. Lin Ruoxian endured the humiliation and didn't want to make a move. It was only for the sake of the Lin family. However, she really wanted to kill Desert Cloud. Hee. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. The Sha family was first Desert Sea, and then Desert Cloud. Both of them had threatened him and wanted to kill him. Ling Xiao wasn't the type to sit and wait for death. At times like this, he preferred to strike first. Desert Sea was doomed this time. Next would be Desert Cloud. Looking at that arrogant face, he was very unhappy. Boss, I'm going in first. Lin Yang's voice rang out. He was informing Ling Xiao that it was time to chat. Ling Xiao replied, then smiled at Lin Ruoxian. He turned and stepped into the pitch-black ghost prison. He's not going to live. Just as Ling Xiao left, Desert Cloud mysteriously appeared beside Lin Ruoxian again, as if to provoke him. With Desert Sea? Lin Ruoxian said with disdain. Desert Sea may be stronger than him, but it won't be easy to kill him. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Looks like you really don't know anything. Desert Cloud actually laughed out loud, then suddenly lowered his voice and said, How could we let young Master Desert Sea take the risk? Mo Feiyu has already bribed some people to attack Ling Xiao. Of course, that's nothing. That kid might be able to escape. But what if Yuaning is targeting him too? Yuaning? How is that possible? Why would Yuaning target him? Lin Ruoxian's expression finally changed. Because the last time our young master entered the first floor of the ghost prison, he told Yuaneng that if he could kill Ling Xiao, then he would be able to be saved. With our Sha family's ability, it's very easy to get rid of a foreigner's crime. What do you think he'll do? Desert Cloud laughed sarcastically. Why? Why would he do that? Is it worth it? Lin Ruoxian could not understand. In order to kill Ling Xiao, they had bribed Yuaneng. That was crazy. Of course it's worth it, because our Sha family's dignity is not to be challenged. Ling Xiao is just a warning to others. Lin Ruoxian, oh Lin Ruoxian, don't think too highly of yourself. It's your fortune to be married to Master Desert Sea. Desert Cloud laughed and turned to leave again. He seemed to have achieved his goal and was very excited. Lin Ruoxian clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely angry, but she knew that she had to stay calm. She found the outer clan master, Lin Haoyu, who was also her uncle. She explained the matter to him, hoping that he could stop the ghost prison trial. However, Lin Haoyu shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Although I'm the outer clan master, my position is only equivalent to the lower 8 immortal mountains master. At most, it's slightly higher. The ghost prison trial was decided by the sect. It's impossible for you to stop it without any evidence. Even if there's evidence, do you think the sect will offend the Sha family for Ling Xiao? Does Ling Xiao deserve to die?" Lin Ruoxian shouted. "Ruoxian, calm down first. I know that you think highly of that kid, but this time, he's really at the end. We can help if he offends Qilian, but if he offends the Sha family, he has no choice." Lin Haoyu sighed. Lin Haoyu sighed. He didn't want Ling Xiao to die either because he had high hopes for this kid. But so what? The reality was that he had no choice but to lower his head. Lin Ruoxian was stunned. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that Lin Haoyu was right. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know this at this moment. Chapter 22:37. If he couldn't kill Yuan Neng, he wouldn't be able to leave the first floor of the ghost prison in less than 10 days. At this moment, he was standing on a piece of charred land. Everything here seemed to be filled with a gloomy feeling, as if it had lost its life. It was weak. The black vegetation wriggled in the shadows, making people feel strange and terrified. There was no sky, and everyone could only see a gray haze above their heads. This damn place was really not a place for people to stay. Thus, when Ling Xiao stepped onto the ground, he could hear many sighs and cries of sorrow. This place was still considered safe because it was the safe zone of the entrance, only about 10 meters long. Within this distance, he wouldn't be attacked by the prisoners and monsters inside, but if he stepped out of this range, it would be hard to say. Many warriors who came to the ghost prison for the first time were trembling in fear, a little at a loss. But everyone else had a leader there to comfort them. Ling Xiao was a rookie, but no one cared about him. Of course, he didn't need anyone to care about him. He was a person who had seen the world, and he had come into contact with such a scene before. He was even almost directly dragged into the devil world by the Night Devil King. In comparison, what was the gloomy atmosphere of the ghost prison? Feng Yu, that guy, had long disappeared. Most likely, he had sneaked into the Scarlet Immortal Mountains team. That guy offended Ling Xiao outside. He was probably worried that Ling Xiao would find him to settle the score. What a coward. Look at that guy. He's really pitiful. He doesn't even have a companion. That's right. He'll probably be killed as soon as he leaves this place. Ha ha ha, that's true. Who asked him to offend Lord Sanxi? If he didn't offend Lord Sanxi, maybe he could be Lord Sanxi's lackey. That's right. A bad life is better than a good death. Why compete with yourself? Many cold and mocking gazes looked at Ling Xiao, and there were even mocking words that stabbed at Ling Xiao like knives. But Ling Xiao was still calm and collected, only observing the surrounding situation. Even if he wanted to deal with these reckless things, he had to leave this 10-meter-long safe zone. It was too eye-catching to make a move here. Soon, batch after batch of cultivators left the safe zone under the leadership of their leaders. However, even though the people from Scarlet Immortal Mountain were the first to enter, they still refused to leave. Shahai even walked over and said to Ling Xiao with a smile, "Ling Xiao, follow us. We can let you leave this place alive." His expression was as if he was talking to a pitiful stray dog. He was looking down on Ling Xiao out of jealousy. It seemed that not only did Shahai want Ling Xiao dead, but he also wanted to humiliate Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao lose face in front of everyone. "I'm sorry, I'm not used to being someone's lackey. Oh, by the way, when you guys go in later, it's best if you don't meet me. I'm a very vengeful person. Revenge for the smallest grievance. Whoever provokes me, I won't let them off easily." Ling Xiao looked at the sea of sand and said coldly. Naturally, he would not act with Shahai. Even if he wanted to kill Shahai, he would have to do it secretly. Otherwise, it would not be good if someone saw it. Killing Shahai was a big deal. Once the evidence was conclusive, he would not be able to escape the fate of being punished, and he did not want to leave Immortal Mountain for the time being. Therefore, he could not let others have evidence. Sha Hai's expression suddenly became gloomy and cold. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You really don't know what's good for you. Originally, I wanted to give you a hand and let you rely on our Sha family. But now, it seems that you don't want to live anymore, do you? Brother Sha Hai, what's there to say to that trash? Let's go, lest this guy drag us down in the process of dealing with the elemental energy." Qi Yin'er did not have the same vicious thoughts as Sha Hai. She simply hated and disliked Ling Xiao, so she definitely did not want Ling Xiao to act with them. This girl is right. If I follow you, I'm afraid I'll only drag you down. I'm not interested in killing the elemental energy. I just want to stay in this safe zone until 10 days later. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, "Do you think that no one can deal with you if you stay in the safe zone?" Sha Hai sneered and said, "The safe zone is only for prisoners and monsters. If I want to kill you, you still have to die." As he spoke, his cold killing intent had been exposed. "Feng Yu, if I kill Ling Xiao, what will you say?" Sha Hai suddenly turned to look at Feng Yu and asked. "Ling Xiao tried to kill me, but it was Lord Sha Hai who saved me." Feng Yu said loudly. "Everyone heard it, right?" Sha Hai asked loudly. Everyone heard it. The people who stayed were all martial artists and henchmen of Immortal Mountain. They naturally followed Sha Hai's lead. They would listen to whatever Sha Hai said. "You heard it, right? Ling Xiao, you tried to kill your senior brother. By the way, everyone outside saw it. You are extremely dissatisfied with your senior brother Feng Yu. I, Sha Hai, don't want to kill you. I just want to get rid of evil for the sect. If I kill you, not only will I not be held accountable, but I will also be rewarded. Don't you think such an ending is very interesting?" As Sansi spoke, he laughed. He laughed very happily, as if he was proud of his perfect plan. Although Ling Xiao was just a thorn in his flesh, a thorn in his side, and could not hurt his life. However, if this thorn was stuck in the flesh for a long time, it would also fester and fester. Therefore, he definitely had to kill Ling Xiao. Hee, what a high-sounding reason. I will remember all of you. This time, no one from Immortal Mountain can leave alive. Ling Xiao's smile gradually became cold. He just wanted to get rid of Sha Hai and teach Feng Yu and Qi Yin'er a lesson. But now it seemed that these people from Immortal Mountain deserved to die. When they saw that he was about to be killed by Sha Hai, not only did they not have the slightest sympathy, but they also became accomplices. Moreover, they looked at him with ridicule and disdain. It was as if his life was not worth mentioning. In that case, he, an insignificant ant, would go against the heavens and let these disciples of Immortal Mountain sleep here forever. There was no shortage of trash in this world. It did not matter how much trash died. Ha ha ha, he said that he would kill everyone in Immortal Mountain. Is this kid's brain short-circuited? I think so. He is hopeless. Everyone, I suddenly thought of an interesting proposal. Sha Hai suddenly said. What's the proposal, brother Sha Hai? Qi Yin'er asked excitedly. Since everyone thinks that Ling Xiao is hopeless, why don't we just stab him with a knife to relieve the hatred in our hearts? Especially you, Feng Yu, you have been beaten by Ling Xiao twice. You should be very unhappy. Today, I will make the decision for you. Let's cut Ling Xiao into pieces together. Sha Hai's eyes flashed with a touch of madness. Chapter 22:38. This suggestion is good, but this kid is not easy to deal with. I hope that Lord Sansi can subdue him. Others might not understand Ling Xiao's strength, but Feng Yu was very clear about it. He did not dare to get close to Ling Xiao, who was completely unharmed. What a waste. Forget it. I'll help you. Sansi looked at Feng Yu coldly. Although he disdained this waste, who asked this waste to be his lackey? Some things, he still had to help. He walked towards Ling Xiao. A terrifying and powerful murderous aura directly wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. Before this guy entered the world of reincarnation, he was probably an executioner who killed without batting an eye. Otherwise, this murderous aura would not be so strong. Ling Xiao was not afraid. However, the people standing beside Sha Hai all had pale faces. It was as though they were being tortured. This was just the murderous aura released by Sansi. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not expect that today. He finally met his opponent. Sansi was indeed stronger than he imagined. He was surprised by this. But this kind of surprise made him very surprised. If Sansi was a person who could be killed so easily, then this game would be too boring. He slowly stood up and looked at Sansi indifferently. The blood-red murderous aura was also released and then pounced towards Sansi. Perhaps his current cultivation was not as good as Sansi, but in terms of combat power, in terms of murderous aura, he was stronger than Sansi. At that moment, Sansi's face changed greatly. The few martial artists behind Sansi, because they could not bear the pressure of this murderous aura, directly fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth. Sansi, you're really strong. So strong that it makes me very excited. But don't worry. Now is not the time for us to fight. Soon, we will meet again. Ling Xiao knew that with Sansi here, he could not kill all these people in front of him at once. If he couldn't kill them all, there would be evidence left. This was very troublesome. So here, he could not fight with Sansi. He had to wait until Sansi was alone, or his strength could become stronger and ensure that he could kill all the disciples of Scarlet Immortal Mountain. He had decided to leave. Of course, before leaving, he still had to collect some taxes. Feng Yu must die. After killing Feng Yu and injuring a few more people, he would leave in a carefree manner and let Sha Hai suffer a little. Next, he would torture this grandson. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao smiled. You still want to escape? Sha Hai clearly saw through Ling Xiao's thoughts and said coldly, That's right. Your killing intent is truly terrifying. Even I am a little surprised. However, killing intent is not combat power. You are still no match for me. Escape? If I want to leave, none of you can stop me. Ling Xiao said in disdain, You are only at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm, the peak of hell. You are not much stronger than me. Do you really think you can keep me here? You'll know once you try. Sha Hai naturally did not care about what Ling Xiao said. With a clang, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. I heard that you also know how to use a sword. Today, I'll let you die under this sword. It's a good way to die. Don't worry, I won't use martial skills because you don't deserve it. After saying this, a terrifying aura of death seeped out of Sha Hai's sword. Small grains of sand swirled around the sword. He indeed did not use martial skills, because even without martial skills, this sword was already very terrifying. The moment it pierced out, the surrounding water vapor seemed to be instantly sucked dry. The few people standing beside him all fled into the distance, as if they were afraid of being implicated. Not using martial skills to deal with me? You think too highly of yourself. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Without even drawing his sword, he directly punched at Sha Hai's sword. He actually wanted to use his hand to collide with the sword, and he did not use any martial skills. This scene, in the eyes of others, was simply courting death. Bang! Boom! With one collision, there were two explosions. The sword in Sha Hai's hand actually shattered. Ling Xiao took a step back, while Sha Hai took 2 steps back. Such powerful strength. Sha Hai was incomparably shocked. Although he did not use all of his strength in this sword, Ling Xiao actually destroyed his sword and repelled him. This was really too unexpected. The most surprised one was of course Feng Yu. Because the moment Ling Xiao repelled Sha Hai, he used Moonlight Meteor Step to appear in front of him. You just said that I wanted to kill you, so Sha Hai stood up for you, right? Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish. This time, Ling Xiao did not hold back. A terrifying fist directly blasted towards Feng Yu's head. Stop! Sha Hai's voice sounded. Ling Xiao just smiled contemptuously, asking him to stop. Does this Sha Hai really think that everyone in the world is his family's lackey? Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. They could not believe that what happened was real. They did not even make any reaction, because they did not expect that Ling Xiao not only repelled Sha Hai, but also took advantage of Sha Hai's inattention to appear in front of Feng Yu. He wants to kill Feng Yu. Boom. This fist landed solidly on Feng Yu's head. At that moment, Feng Yu's head was blown into pieces. Ling Xiao's figure flashed again, rushing out of the safe zone before Shanghai attacked him from behind. Bye-bye, arrogant idiots. Killing Feng Yu is just the beginning. I might as well tell you now, from this moment on, even if I don't want a single contribution point, I will make you all die in this ghost prison one by one. Ling Xiao stood not far away. A dense killing intent burst out, causing those prisoners who were rushing towards him to instantly stop. Those people could feel that Ling Xiao's terrifying killing intent was stronger than theirs. Although they did not understand why this young man would have such a terrifying killing intent, they absolutely did not dare to try. Because the result of trying might be death. They all fled in other directions, looking for a new target. For these prisoners, killing the disciples who entered the ghost prison could also earn them Omni points. When they reached a certain number, they could earn Omni points. Ling Xiao, you dare to kill in front of me. You dare to threaten me. Shanghai's face seemed to be filled with blood, becoming incomparably ferocious and terrifying. So what if I threaten you? You bunch of dogs, since you want to cut me into pieces, then wait for me to kill you one by one. Right. Didn't you say that I will only secretly hurt people? I will show you what I am going to do next, so you better open your eyes wide and be careful. Don't rest, don't sleep, otherwise, you might die in your sleep. How could Ling Xiao be afraid of these people? It's just that killing them one by one is the most effortless and safest way. Goodbye. I hope you won't be afraid. With that, he turned and disappeared into the dark distance. Chapter 22:39. Shanghai looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said loudly, "Don't worry about the elemental energy for the time being. From now on, find Ling Xiao with all your strength. Don't attack when you see him. Contact the others immediately. Ling Xiao is best at his body movement. As long as we surround him, he won't be able to escape. We were too careless this time." Everyone thought so. Because in fact, after Shanghai attacked, they didn't think of attacking or taking any precautions. Because they all thought that Shanghai could easily kill Ling Xiao. But who would have thought that Ling Xiao would escape and even kill Feng Yu? You have to look at the owner before beating a dog. Feng Yu is my dog. I, Shanghai, will never let this guy go. At this time, Shanghai was really angry. Losing face in front of his woman was the most unacceptable thing for a man. Brother Shanghai, did I see it wrong? That Ling Xiao actually forced you to retreat? Qi Yin who reacted after a long time, suddenly asked, Yin you saw it wrong. I just underestimated Ling Xiao's strength, so I only used 10% of my strength. Shanghai explained. But Qi Yin used to have incomparable trust and admiration for Shanghai. She thought that as long as she became Shanghai's woman, no one would bully her again. But today, she had doubts. Was her choice really right? Was Shanghai really as perfect as she thought? Boom. Suddenly, Shanghai's body emitted terrifying lightning. His original skin turned purple-blue, like the color of lightning. See, Yin this is my true strength. In order to let his woman regain confidence in him, Shanghai exposed his thunder battle body. In the distance, Ling Xiao, who was not too far away, saw this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Ruoxian's speculation is right. Shanghai is really a genius. He has condensed the thunder battle body, but it seems that his limit is 10 thunder jade. He still can't compare with me. With a smile, he finally turned around and left. It was true that he wanted to kill the disciples of the Scarlet Deity Mountain, but that was not important. The most important thing was to increase his own strength. When he was outside, he was worried that if he succeeded in cultivating the intermediate lightning battle body, it would cause a lot of strange phenomena and attract the attention of the sect. However, it was different in here. He could feel that there was still a chance for him to continue fusing with the Thunder Yuan Jade. As long as he could forge the intermediate lightning battle body, his defensive and offensive capabilities would be greatly enhanced. Increasing his strength was the most urgent matter. However, he had to find a suitable place to cultivate first. At the same time, Qi Yin's original suspicions disappeared. Seeing Shanghai's terrifying thunder battle physique, she understood everything. His worries were unnecessary. That Ling Xiao was just faster than the others, but he was able to take advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him. That was why he could take the opportunity to kill Feng Yu. When Ling Xiao started to pay attention to everyone, Ling Xiao's unintentional nature would no longer exist. Her big brother Sansi would definitely be able to kill that guy. Definitely. Spread out and look for Ling Xiao. Remember, you have to be in a group of at least 10 people. There should be at least one warrior at the peak of the first layer of hell, or the first layer of hell leading the group. Don't worry about the assessment. Shahai, will definitely make up for your losses. Right now, Shahai only wanted to kill Ling Xiao wholeheartedly. As for Yuan Nong, he did not care about it, because he knew that Yuan Nong had already accepted his brother's suggestion. As long as his people found Ling Xiao, then he would inform Yuan Nong. Then, there would be no possibility of Ling Xiao being alive. Of course, Yuan Nong would definitely die in the end. How could the Xia family save such a guy? Killing him after using him was the style of the Xia family. Yes. The disciples of the Scarlet Deity Mountain left in groups of 10 and began to look for Ling Xiao. They swore that they would find and kill Ling Xiao no matter what. This was not only because of Shahai's reward. It was also because they had already angered Ling Xiao. Now, they were in a situation where it was either you die or I live. If they did not kill Ling Xiao would kill them. Who is it? While Shahai and the others were looking for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao had encountered an unprecedented crisis. A guy who was nearly 2 meters tall with muscles all over his body and dozens of terrifying wounds that were so deep that his bones could be seen appeared in front of him. This guy's eyes flickered with a terrifying red light. He was like a ferocious beast in the night, and Ling Xiao was his prey. Yuan Nong. The other party's voice was hoarse and cold, filled with terrifying killing intent. If it were anyone else who heard this name, they would probably be scared out of their wits. They would have panicked and would not know what to do. However, Ling Xiao calmed down in an instant. Yuan Nong did not directly attack him. This meant that there was still room for negotiation. Little guy, you don't seem to be afraid of me at all. Yuan Nong looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said. There were actually 18 arms behind him, each holding a weapon. It looked very strange. Ling Xiao believed that it should be his martial soul. However, Ling Xiao had never seen such a strange martial soul. It was too strange. What's the use of being afraid? Anyway, I'll die if I'm afraid, and I'll die if I'm not afraid. Maybe I can pretend that I'm not afraid. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Nong and knew that he was definitely no match for this guy. This guy was too strong. Even if all the disciples of 8 Immortal Mountain joined forces this time, they would not be able to kill Yuan Nong. The mission this time had really gone awry. Perhaps Yuan Nong had been waiting for this day all along. The people of the Xia family said that if I kill you, they will give me freedom. Yuan Nong continued. You don't believe it, do you? Ling Xiao did not think that Yuan Nong was that stupid. Of course I don't believe it. That's why I didn't kill you. I know very well that the people that the Xia family wants to kill must be good. So I hope that you can do me a favor. After you do it, I will give you the nether weapon and pretend to be dead. In this way, you can complete the mission and I can leave. There seemed to be no expression on Yuan Nong's face. At least, Ling Xiao could not see it. It was as if this guy was an expressionless person. Therefore, it was difficult to guess what he was thinking. That's a good suggestion. Of course I agree. But are we going to talk here? Aren't you afraid that others will see? Of course, Ling Xiao did not believe that a vicious prisoner would talk about cooperation with him. It was nothing more than a trick of getting rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness. He reckoned that if he helped this guy, he would still be killed. Chapter 2240. It doesn't matter if someone sees you. Just kill him. Yuan Nong sneered and released a flying dagger from one of his arms. In the void, it actually turned into a skull, killing the cultivator who was hiding in the dark on the spot. He was not only killing the warrior, but also warning Ling Xiao not to play any tricks. Otherwise, he would end up like that man. Ling Xiao frowned and said, Well, tell me, what do you want me to do for you? You're smart. Follow me. Yuan Nong smiled. That smile was really scary, like the smile of a devil, which made people shudder. Ling Xiao didn't want to fight back now because he knew that Yuan Nong was much stronger than he thought. This guy was definitely not someone he could fight back now, even if he released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. He was definitely not a match for this guy. This guy hid his strength too well. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Yuan Nong brought Ling Xiao to the depths of the first floor of the ghost prison. Ling Xiao was surprised to find that there was an active volcano here. The magma inside was black and was filled with a lot of rare herbs. It was like a huge alchemy furnace. How can there be such a place? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. I discovered this 10 years ago, and then I've been keeping this a secret for as long as I could. I don't know what the ghost prison was used for in the past, but it's probably a place where the strong warriors used to temper their bodies. There are a lot of herbs in it that you don't even dare to think about. Yuan Nong snorted. You're not going to let me jump down to test it for you, are you? Ling Xiao suddenly shivered and asked. Yes, that's right. You'll die anyway if you don't go down. Maybe you can try your luck if you go down. In the magma, you can condense a powerful magma combat body. It's more powerful than the fiery combat body. It condenses the energy of the earth and fire elements. Once you succeed, you'll have a middle-level combat body. It's much better than using the fire and earth elemental jades. Yuan Nong grinned and said. His expression made it clear that he was treating Ling Xiao as a test subject. At that moment, Ling Xiao thought of Yuan Nong's inner thoughts. This fellow was probably thinking that if he died, he would be able to complete the mission given by the Sha family. If he hadn't died and had really cultivated the lava battle body, he would have killed Ling Xiao and jumped into the lava himself. He was really cunning. Are you doing it or not? Yuan Nong looked at Ling Xiao and said, if you don't want to do it, I can ask someone else to do it. It doesn't have to be you. Ling Xiao looked at the boiling magma below and considered this matter in his heart. The lava combat constitution was indeed terrifying. Together with the thunder combat constitution, it was as if he had two combat constitutions. In the future, their advantage would be even greater. But would he be able to withstand the terrifying heat of the lava? Jump. Yuan Venerate suddenly transmitted his voice. What? Ling Xiao was stunned. I want you to jump and quickly eat the 30th piece of Thunder Origin Jade. Use the power of thunder to resist the power of the lava, and you will be able to benefit from it, Yuan Nong explained. Trust me, I won't let you die. Your mystic world body was originally formed by the condensation of the earth element, so it is most suitable for cultivating the lava battle body. Furthermore, you have a few types of divine flames in your body. After combining them, the lava battle body you condense will be dozens of times stronger than the average person's lava battle body. All right, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Actually, he had considered this as well. However, people would always hesitate when faced with possible danger. However, Yuan Nong had given him a final resolution. He turned to Yuan Nong and said, I hope you don't go back on your word. After saying that, he jumped into the boiling magma. The moment he jumped, Ling Xiao ate the 30th piece of Thunder Origin Jade. The moment he fell into the magma, he activated the Scarlet Sun feathered robe. This way, he could avoid the danger of being burned to death instantly. But even so, the instant he entered the lava, he felt as though his skin was instantly scorched. A terrible pain shot straight to his brain, and he actually fainted right away. This pain was simply worse than any other time he had experienced it before. The moment he fainted, the thunder energy in his body blocked the heat of the magma from continuing to destroy his body. The two types of energy formed a strange hard shell on the surface of Ling Xiao's body. Within the hard shell, there were not only burning flames and surging lava, but also flickering thunder and lightning. Ling Xiao's body started to temper rapidly without him realizing it. Yuan Venerate played a crucial role in this tempering process. He replaced Ling Xiao to control this body and guide the fusion of the two types of energy. For Ling Xiao, this was a deep sleep, a complete deep sleep. This was also within Yuan Venerate's expectations. This magma wasn't ordinary magma. Ling Xiao's skin and muscles were almost completely destroyed. However, at that moment, the life martial soul in Ling Xiao's body started to take effect. This life martial soul had been obtained by Ling Xiao after he had killed the enemy in Yuhua town. Although it wasn't of much use in battle, it was very important for the recovery of the body. Ling Xiao fell into a deep sleep amidst this destruction and rebirth. He woke up and fell into a deep sleep again. This torture was simply too painful for him. However, Ling Xiao was ecstatic. Every time he woke up, he would discover some changes in his body. In addition to the power of the royal Heaven-Earth Empress and the flickering thunder and lightning, there was also boiling magma in the cells of his body. This was the first step to success. If he didn't die, this meant that there was a high chance of success. A day passed, and Ling Xiao fell into a deep sleep once again. 2 days passed, and Ling Xiao woke up for a while. He discovered that the pain didn't seem so intense anymore. This was because brand new skin and muscles had completely formed on the surface of his body. This was a brand new existence formed by thunder, earth, fire, and life energy. However, after his skin and muscles were completely transformed, an even more frightening pain came from his bones. He fainted once again. 3 days passed, and he woke up again. By this time, his bones had been completely transformed. However, the transformation of his internal organs had just begun. The pain caused him to fall into a deep sleep once again. On the 4th day, he woke up again, and the transformation of his internal organs was finally complete. This time, he didn't fall into a deep sleep. He had already adapted to this kind of pain that was worse than death. He believed that he could bear it. Yuan Venerate fell into a deep sleep. Only 1 or 2 of the spirit gems he had obtained previously were left. In this process, the consumption of energy was truly incomparably huge. It seemed like he would have to think of a way to obtain more spirit gems after leaving the ghost prison. Chapter 22:41. His skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs were all successfully transformed. On the 4th day, the cells in Ling Xiao's body had already achieved some sort of harmony. Lightning and lava were enveloped by the power of the heavenly earth. Intermediate lightning battle constitution successfully condensed. Intermediate lava battle constitution successfully condensed. However, this battle constitution was not stable enough. Ling Xiao did not plan to leave just like that. His body had adapted to the terrifying lava, so he began to absorb the energy of the herbs in the lava to speed up the reconstruction and recovery of his body. During the recovery and consolidation process, Ling Xiao looked up at the lava. Yuanning was pacing around impatiently. It had been 4 days, and Ling Xiao did not seem to be coming out alive. How could Yuanning not be anxious? Didn't that kid say that his body is strong? Why is he so useless? Let's wait for 1 more day. If he still doesn't come out, I'll find someone else to try. Yuanning looked down at the lava coldly. His expression was very unpleasant. However, Ling Xiao felt very happy when he saw Yuanning's irritable look. Originally, he was worried about how to successfully condense his intermediate lightning battle constitution. He did not expect that he would be forced by Yuanning to jump into the lava and succeed just like that. He closed his eyes and focused on recovering and consolidating. Although his cultivation did not break through, the strength of his body had long surpassed his cultivation. If he encountered Shanghai now, he was sure that he could completely crush him. As for dealing with Yuanning, he was not very confident, but there was a glimmer of hope. Ling Xiao believed that he would not be killed by Yuanning. If he fully released his martial soul, there was even a possibility that he could hurt Yuanning. Of course, he would only be hurt. He would hold on for 1 more day. If Yuanning did not leave, he would escape. He did not want to fight Yuanning one-on-one. It was too dangerous. Just like that, it was the 5th day. Ling Xiao could feel that not only was there terrifying lightning energy circulating in his cells, but there was also an even more powerful lava energy. This lava energy was created by the power of the heavenly earth, the true samadhi fire, the dark flame of death, and the ancient hellfire. It was more powerful than any lava energy. Yuanneng is gone. It's time for me to leave too. While Yuanneng went out to catch others to test, Ling Xiao dashed out of the lava, changed into a new set of clothes, and fled into the distance. In the past few days, for the sake of cultivating, he had really torn quite a lot of his clothes. However, it didn't matter if his clothes were torn. The most important thing was that his strength had increased. so he was in a good mood. Master, you've really scared me. You actually managed to gain benefits from such adversity. I thought we were dead for sure this time. After 4 days of deep sleep, the divine grimoire finally woke up. She had no choice but to sleep. The heat in the lava was too terrifying. If she didn't sleep, she would probably be burned alive. She was really too shocked. What kind of existence was her master, Ling Xiao? Even if it was thought to be a dead end, it would still turn out to be a good thing in the end? In the past, she might have thought of leaving Ling Xiao and finding a bigger and more reliable backer. But now, she didn't have that thought at all. Ling Xiao was her biggest backer. If anyone wanted to chase her away, she wouldn't be happy. It's been so long. I don't know how the ghost prison trial is going, but I don't think Yuan Neng is dead. Yuan Neng is really much stronger than I thought. If they really fought Yuan Neng to the death, the only unlucky ones would be the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao smiled. He couldn't be bothered to care about other people's affairs. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he planned to kill some prisoners and monsters to earn some contribution points. There were soul gems and many medicinal herbs in the Hall of Good Reward and Evil that could be exchanged with contribution points. It would be a waste not to earn contribution points. Of course, if he met the disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, he didn't mind letting them taste the pain of destruction. He couldn't wait to use the new strength that he had just obtained. This is really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something, only to find it without any effort. Ling Xiao suddenly saw a few disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain fighting with a few prisoners in front of him. He used the Tai Chi Eye and carefully checked. There was no one else around to ambush him, which meant that this was not a trap. This group of bastards wanted to kill him before. Now, he would take the lives of this group of bastards first. Complete beast transformation. Ling Xiao instantly transformed into the 3rd form of the Sun God. His body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of Sun God's armor. He was still in the standing human battle form, but he had sharp scales and a terrifying snake tail, and sharp claws. The 10 disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain came here to look for Ling Xiao and sensed some of Ling Xiao's aura. However, he was unexpectedly besieged by dozens of demonic beasts. Up until now, although they had not died and had killed many demonic beasts, as time passed, they were all getting tired. The number of monsters and prisoners didn't decrease. Those monsters seemed to be controlled by the prisoners and were really fearless of death. What should we do, senior brother? Should we send a signal for help to Lord Sansi? The 10 of them surrounded the city with their backs facing each other. They were already surrounded by terrifying monsters and prisoners, and their lives were in imminent danger. What are you still asking for? Hurry up, if you die, everything will be gone. Someone roared. Unfortunately, when they took out the signal flare and were about to send a signal, the monsters seemed to have guessed their intentions and suddenly rushed forward like a swarm of bees, extinguishing all the signal flare. The 10 of them were in despair. If not for the fact that they were looking for Ling Xiao, if not for the fact that they were worried about being assassinated by Ling Xiao, they wouldn't be so tired. They could have rested while completing the trial, but it was useless to regret now. They could only fight. However, the dawn of hope suddenly bloomed at this moment. All of a sudden, the demon beasts and prisoners surrounding them began to wail miserably. One by one, corpses were thrown into the sky and then fell to the ground. Someone saw a guy who didn't look like a human fighting crazily over there. Is that helping us? Someone asked hesitantly. It should be. Don't forget that the power of the Sha family can reach the sky. We followed Lord Sansi. How could they let us die like this? Great. Long live Lord Sansi. Long live the Sha family. The 10 warriors of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain were excited, and their exhausted bodies seemed to have regained their strength. They believed that as long as they held on for a while, they would be rescued. 10 minutes later, the surroundings were covered with the corpses of monsters and prisoners. There were dozens of corpses, and that strange warrior stood there, looking at the people of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain indifferently. Chapter 2242. Hey, what are you waiting for? The Sha family sent you to save us, right? Hurry up and give us the recovery elixir." One of the disciples who was at the peak of the first level of the Yinyang realm shouted at Ling Xiao. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his head flew up. At this moment, the disciples of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain finally knew fear. The person who came was not a friend at all, but an enemy. "You still expect the Sha family to save you? Have you forgotten what I said before? I will let you die one by one. No one from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain will leave here alive." Ling Xiao removed the transformation on his face and revealed his original appearance. At that moment, the remaining 9 disciples of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain turned pale. "No, impossible. It's impossible." They couldn't believe that Ling Xiao actually appeared here alive. They couldn't believe that Ling Xiao's strength was so terrifying that he could kill so many beasts and prisoners. Was this still Ling Xiao? It was unbelievable. "All of you, go on ahead. The Lord Sansi you speak of will meet up with you very soon." After saying that, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. His terrifying body turned into a meteor and rushed into the crowd. Those who were touched by him either had their bodies torn apart or were bitten to death by venomous snakes. Ling Xiao didn't destroy their bodies. He wanted to let the disciples of the other mountains see that these people were killed by beasts and not by him, Ling Xiao. Why do I have so many contribution points? After killing the disciples of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain, Ling Xiao received a notification from his identity card. He couldn't help but be stunned. According to the sect's rules, killing a beast or a prisoner was equivalent to 1 contribution point. He killed a total of 45 people. However, his contribution points directly rose to 100 points. Could it be that killing other disciples also gives me contribution points? Ling Xiao was stunned. Then, he confirmed his thoughts. The ghost prison was a place where killing was indiscriminate. It was completely normal for disciples to kill each other. The 8 Immortal Mountain had never prohibited disciples from killing each other. He had even said so during the entrance examination. How ruthless! Which disciple would be truly loyal to the sect if they were nurtured this way? It was too unreliable. However, Ling Xiao was still happy to receive contribution points. 100 points would definitely be useful for him in the future. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to deliberately kill those prisoners and Yao beasts. As long as I kill the disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, I'll be able to obtain enough contribution points. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal a proud smile. This way, he would be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and save him a lot of trouble. There were still more than 5 days until the end of the ghost prison trial. However, it was unlikely that the trial would end early. The existence of origin energy was a nightmare for all the warriors in this trial. Ling Xiao hadn't given up on Nether Spirit's claw, but he didn't want to fight Yuan Neng head-on. Perhaps if his cultivation base were to increase by 1 or 2 minor realms, reaching the late stage of the first layer, or even the peak of the first layer, he would still be able to put up a fight. If he wanted to break through now, the best way was to find a powerful demonic beast core. It would be best if he could find a demonic beast core that was at the peak of the first layer of hell. Relying on the beast god form, he would be able to fuse with the demonic beast core more easily and bring about a breakthrough in his cultivation base. However, the first layer of the ghost prison was still very big. There were many demonic beasts and prisoners at the early and middle stage of hell. There were fewer demonic beasts and prisoners at the late stage of cultivation base. Demonic beasts and prisoners at the peak of cultivation base were even rarer. Only Yuan Neng had exceeded the limit of the first layer of the ghost prison. It was still rather difficult for Ling Xiao to find a powerful demonic beast core. However, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. Some things could only be found by chance. He had already upgraded his intermediate lightning combat body and intermediate lava combat body. In fact, he had already fulfilled his initial expectations of entering the ghost prison. Next, he just had to pass the time. It would be best if he could break through his cultivation base. If he couldn't, he would give up on dealing with Yuan Neng and wait for the time to end. Of course, there was one more thing that he definitely had to do, and that was to assassinate the disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. There were more than 100 disciples from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain this time, and he had already killed 10 of them. There should be others who died at the hands of prisoners or demonic beasts. Ling Xiao maintained his demonic beast form as he shuttled back and forth in the ghost prison. Not long after, he stopped, because he saw another 10 scarlet immortal mountain disciples. Looks like this desert sea is very careful. They actually divided the scarlet immortal mountain disciples into groups of 10. But it's a pity. If it was me from before, you might be able to cause trouble for me. But now, these 10 people are just my contribution points. He was about to make a move when he suddenly saw another person surrounded by the 10 people. Was it Lin Yang? Lin Yang, I'm sorry. We were entrusted by Zhou Tong to take your life. Who asked you to mix with that Ling Xiao of all people? One of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain disciples was actually at the late stage of the first level of the Yin Yang realm. His cultivation base was much stronger than Lin Yang's. Because of this, Lin Yang was lying on the ground and looked very weak. He was obviously seriously injured. Zhou Tong, that bastard. If I get out alive, I'll definitely kill him. Lin Yang said angrily. Don't think you'll be fine. You're obviously a disciple of Purple Immortal Mountain, but those people from Purple Immortal Mountain didn't save you. You're really a failure. Why don't you just give up on Ling Xiao and join our Scarlet Immortal Mountain? I believe Lord Desert Sea will definitely welcome you. Although you're not a reincarnation realm martial artist, your talent is not bad. Don't waste it like this. The martial artist at the late stage of the first level of the Yin Yang realm looked coldly at Lin Yang. He was clearly persuading him to surrender. Bah, don't look down on me. Although I was born in the Lin family and have done many bad things, I, Lin Yang, have chosen Ling Xiao to be my boss. I will never betray him. Lin Yang spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and cursed. You really don't know what's good for you. I didn't want to kill you because you're from the Lin family, but now, go to hell. The martial artist at the first level attacked. Lin Yang closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. He did not regret the path he had chosen. He only regretted that he could not continue to fight side by side with Ling Xiao. He wondered how Ling Xiao was doing now. He had a bad habit. Once he decided to follow someone, he would never betray them, even if he had to follow the same path to the end. It did not matter if he was called stupid or stupid, but after a long time, the attack of death did not come. Instead, a strange, salty liquid dripped onto his mouth. He opened his eyes and looked over. The martial artist at the first level of the Yin Yang realm, who was still arrogant, was wrapped around by a strange demon beast's tail. He was no longer alive. Chapter 22:43. The person who wanted to kill him was hanging in midair, fresh blood dripping down. What was going on? Lin Yang was a little confused. The next moment, he was even more surprised because this terrifying monster instantly turned into an afterimage. Then, the other 9 Scarlet Deity Mountain disciples all fell to the ground, dead. 20. Ling Xiao threw down the corpse and muttered to himself. It was a pity that these people did not wear storage rings when they entered the ghost prison trial. They were probably worried that they would die inside. Only Sha Hai, Qing Feiying, Luo Yunsheng, and a few other confident martial artists wore storage rings. Boss. Although Lin Yang could not recognize the monster in front of him, he could recognize the monster's voice. Yes, it's me. Originally, Ling Xiao did not trust Lin Yang very much, so he had never told Lin Yang some things about himself. But today, seeing that Lin Yang would rather die than betray him, he felt that there were some secrets that he should tell Lin Yang. This was a bridge of trust. He returned to his human form and gave Lin Yang a few healing pills, saying, "Hurry up and heal your injuries. Later, come with me to hunt the Scarlet Deity Mountain disciples." Okay. Lin Yang nodded without any hesitation. Aren't you going to ask why? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. There's nothing to ask. This is already the second time you saved my life. I will do whatever you tell me to do. There's no need to ask so many questions. Lin Yang shook his head and said, I like your character, but I still have to tell you the reason. It's because the Scarlet Deity Mountain people want to kill me, so I have to kill them. Ling Xiao smiled. They want to kill me too, and I want to kill them too. Lin Yang said excitedly. Then heal your injuries first. Lin Yang's injuries were not light. Although Ling Xiao's healing pills were very effective, he would not be able to recover without 2 hours. During this period of time, Ling Xiao had moved Lin Yong to a secluded place and stood guard for him. But at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared beside Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was startled. While he dodged, he circulated his essence force to block with all his might. Even so, he was still injured. On his arm, there was a wound so deep that his bones could be seen. Fortunately, under the effect of his life martial soul, his wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Xiao was really shocked. Although he was in human form now, he was still in his human form. However, with the protection of the sealed world body, the strengthening of the thunder battle body and lava battle body, as well as the protection of his origin energy, Yang Kai had no chance of winning. However, he was still injured. The person who attacked him was truly powerful. He was surprised, but the person who ambushed him was even more surprised. Originally, that guy thought that this attack would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. Who would have thought that in the end, it didn't succeed? It only left a scar on Ling Xiao's arm. Luo Yunsheng. Ling Xiao's killing intent skyrocketed. Luo Yunsheng, who was originally completely covered by the thick fog, revealed his true body. Murderous aura was especially effective against this kind of concealment technique. It's a pity that this attack didn't kill you. The saber in Luo Yunsheng's hand was very ordinary. It was only a mortal-grade spiritual weapon. It was even inferior to the weapons of many ordinary disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain. This made Ling Xiao even more surprised. How did he injure him? Martial soul? But this guy didn't release his martial soul. Did he just fuse with it? Ling Xiao frowned and looked at the scar on his arm. He was a little angry. If it was Sha Hai who ambushed him, he could accept it. However, it was Luo Yunsheng who ambushed him. He couldn't understand it. There was almost no interaction between him and Luo Yunsheng. If there was a connection, it would be that he saved Lin Yang, who was a disciple of the Purple Immortal Mountain. Why? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Luo Yunsheng. Luo Yunsheng's strength was still a little inferior to Sha Hai's. Although his martial soul was strange, Sha Hai's martial soul was probably stronger. If he was afraid of Luo Yunsheng, how could he kill Sha Hai? Because someone wants you dead. Luo Yunsheng smiled faintly. Who? Ling Xiao asked again. Don't worry, I won't let you become a confused ghost. However, I can only tell you before you die, not now. Luo Yunsheng smiled faintly and said, I can only say that you are really unlucky. I have no enmity with you, but someone has offered me a price I can't refuse. Therefore, you must die. If you want to kill me, you might have to pay a higher price. Ling Xiao moved his injured arm and looked at Luo Yunsheng and said, While I still don't have the intention to kill you, it's best if you tell me the mastermind behind this. I can let you leave alive. No matter what, your strength is ranked in the top 4 among this batch of disciples. It would be a pity if you died now. Other than Sha Hai and Cheng Feiying, I don't know who else among this batch of disciples is qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as me. Luo Yunsheng said indifferently. It was obvious that he was very confident. The storage ring on his hand was proof. Only a confident person would dare to wear such a thing when entering the ghost prison trial. Of course there is. It's me. Ling Xiao said very seriously. Haha, this joke is very funny. After Luo Yunsheng finished speaking, his body suddenly disappeared again. Ling Xiao stood there and looked ahead indifferently, as if he couldn't catch Luo Yunsheng's trajectory at all. Poochie. A bloody wound appeared on Ling Xiao's abdomen, but no blood flowed out. Because of Ling Xiao's life martial spirit, his recovery ability was incomparably strong. Ha ha ha, this is your so-called strength? You don't even have the ability to touch me, but I can constantly injure you. Luo Yunsheng's cruel laughter echoed in the air. Then, more and more wounds appeared on Ling Xiao's body. This made Lin Yang, who was recuperating at the side, extremely nervous. Although Luo Yunsheng had always kept a low profile, his strength was extremely powerful. Moreover, he was a reincarnation realm martial artist, and his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. Was Ling Xiao really a match for him? But after a moment, Lin Yang suddenly froze. He discovered a strange phenomenon. No matter how Luo Yunsheng attacked, those wounds seemed to only appear on Ling Xiao's body, which was not painful. All the vital parts were attacked, but not once was he injured. Was this a coincidence? Lin Yong didn't believe it. He was more willing to believe that Ling Xiao was doing some experiment. With such a guess, he healed while observing the two's battle. Have you played enough? Ling Xiao suddenly spoke. He suddenly stretched out a hand and grabbed the short knife in Luo Yunqing's hand. Luo Yunqing seemed to be shocked. He hurriedly retreated, even abandoning the knife. How could you capture my movement trajectory? In the distance, Luo Yunqing seemed to have lost his previous calmness. He became somewhat panicked. Chapter 22:44. You should be a dual martial spirit holder. Ling Xiao said indifferently, it's a martial soul that can make anything in your hands incomparably sharp. As long as the opponent's cultivation is lower than yours, you can forcibly ignore his defense. The other martial spirit can allow you to hide your body while maintaining a strange trajectory, making it impossible for the enemy to track you. Unfortunately, your two martial spirits are useless in front of me. You bastard. Obviously, Luo Yunqing's secret had been exposed by Ling Xiao. He couldn't let Ling Xiao live. Originally, I wanted to have some fun before killing you, but now, I have no choice but to get serious. Luo Yunqing's panic turned into anger. His legs suddenly bent and two short knives appeared in his hands. They were still ordinary mortal-grade spiritual weapons. Die. With a shout, he exerted force in his legs and his body shot toward Ling Xiao like a cannonball. This trajectory was different from a normal straight line. Although he was rushing from the front, when he was only 1 or 2 meters away from Ling Xiao, he suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao. I've already captured your movement trajectory once, but you still use this move. How stupid. Ling Xiao sneered. As if he had been waiting there for a long time, he turned around and punched. This punch was wrapped in a terrifying purplish-blue light. Thunder and lightning roared on the fist. Although it wasn't a move, with Ling Xiao's current strength and lightning combat body, if Luo Yunqing was hit, he would definitely be seriously injured, if not killed. Luo Yunqing was shocked when he saw Ling Xiao's fist, which was flickering with lightning, coming towards him. He retreated again. You've actually cultivated the lightning combat body. That's right. Ling Xiao only used the power of the lightning combat body to deal with Luo Yunqing. His whole body was bathed in thunder and lightning, like a thunder god. It's too late to know now. Ling Xiao's gaze was cold and indifferent. Damn it, looks like I can't keep it to myself anymore. When Luo Yunqing discovered that Ling Xiao had condensed the lightning battle body, he knew that he couldn't hold back anymore. Otherwise, he would definitely die today. Defense-breaking martial spirit. Elementary blade war body. In that instant, sharp blades appeared on Luo Yunqing's body. He looked like a porcupine. The terrifying saber chi enveloped his entire body, and the terrifying saber chi attacked like a violent storm. Ling Xiao was also stunned. He had never heard of the sharp blade battle body. He had never seen it before. Such a constitution might not be as horrifying as an elemental one, but it was still quite lethal. He had no choice but to withdraw his fist and take out his heavy sword. It instantly slashed out. The long sword was actually wrapped with the power of lightning. The first move of the Thunderbolt Meteor Sword Art, Thunderbolt Fall. Now that the Meteor Sword Art had been infused with the power of lightning, its moves had become even more overbearing and powerful. The lightning and the storm-like saber chi collided in the void, producing continuous roars. The surrounding ground and mountain walls were blasted into pieces. Some of the demonic beasts and prisoners who were hiding in the dark and trying to sneak up on them were also killed by the overflowing energy. Only Lin Yong, who stayed behind Ling Xiao, could heal himself safely. Interesting. Your elementary blade war body is also a kind of constitution, right? I've never seen it before. Again. Ling Xiao had originally thought that Luo Yunqing would be a dark horse after Sha Hai and Qing Feiying. After today's battle, he realized that was indeed the case. He had condensed the lightning battle body and the lava battle body, but this guy had also condensed the sharp blade war body. Although he didn't know what it was, its power was not much weaker than the lightning battle body. Moreover, Luo Yunqing's cultivation was at the peak of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm, which was the same as Sha Hai's cultivation. In terms of cultivation alone, he was definitely stronger than Ling Xiao. Apart from Yuan Neng, this guy was probably the strongest opponent that Ling Xiao had encountered in the ghost prison trial. However, the stronger his opponent was, the more excited Ling Xiao was. He had no intention of using beast mode at all, because he was worried that once he used beast mode, the battle would end a little too quickly. Ling Xiao raised his long sword again, and the purplish-blue light on his body became even more dazzling. Lightning kept exploding on the long sword, making a terrifying sizzling sound. He exerted strength in his feet, and his figure flashed. He took the initiative to attack Luo Yunsheng with the Moonlight Meteor Step. Luo Yunsheng didn't run away either. Perhaps he knew that if he ran away, he wouldn't be able to fulfill someone's request and wouldn't be able to escape death. Or maybe he still thought that he could defeat Ling Xiao. Thousands of strange sabers appeared all over his body. The saber aura released from these sabers was twice as much as before, and it shot out again with a loud bang. Not only that, Luo Yunsheng's body disappeared again, submerging into the strange fog. It was obvious that he still didn't want to fight Ling Xiao head-on. Instead, he was prepared to use the fighting method that he was best at to fight Ling Xiao to the death. There was nothing wrong with this approach. For him, this was his advantage. Ling Xiao looked at the saber aura coldly, not even blinking his eyebrows. The heavy sword in his hand was waved like an ordinary wooden stick. The sword shadow enveloped his body. All the saber aura was completely shattered when it touched the sword shadow. You have the sharp blade battle body, but you don't dare to fight me head-on. You, Luo Yunsheng, really disappoint me. Let's end this battle. Ling Xiao's sword suddenly changed. The aura on his body also changed instantly. Half of it was purplish-blue lightning, as if it could destroy everything. Half of it was surging hot magma, as if it could melt everything. On the long sword, there was also a purplish-blue light that merged with the hot magma. Die, Luo Yunsheng. Your fate ends here. Ling Xiao's sword stabbed into the void. There was no one in that position. However, a terrifying howl of agony could be heard. Luo Yunsheng's figure appeared. His body was directly penetrated by Ling Xiao. The hot magma and the terrible lightning were destroying his vitality. Impossible. How can you have two battle bodies? This is impossible. Luo Yunsheng's eyes widened. Before he died, he seemed to have seen the most unbelievable scene. Ling Xiao actually had two battle bodies, lightning battle body and lava battle body. This was simply unacceptable. You're going to die. I might as well let you know before you die. In front of me, you're actually not worth mentioning at all. The energy in Ling Xiao's body began to surge crazily. Luo Yunsheng's body trembled violently. In panic, he was completely desperate. Intermediate battle body. You actually have two intermediate battle bodies. You. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? At the moment before he died, Luo Yunsheng thought of a lot of things. He regretted coming to trouble Ling Xiao. Chapter 22:45. Mo Feiyu, Mo Feiyu, you asked me to kill Ling Xiao, but you don't know who you've offended. Ha ha, I'll take my leave first. Mo Feiyu, you'll be here with me soon. Luo Yunsheng was dead. Before he died, he revealed the person who asked him to kill Ling Xiao. It was none other than Mo Feiyu. Luo Yunsheng's body fell to the ground. Ling Xiao felt his identity card flash, and his contribution points increased by 100 points all of a sudden. He now had 200 points. Including the remaining 10 points from before, he now had a total of 210 points. He couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, he could get contribution points by killing fellow disciples. Moreover, these contribution points were all the contribution points that Luo Yunsheng had obtained in the ghost prison. It wasn't strange for someone like Luo Yunsheng to obtain 100 contribution points in 4 days. Ling Xiao even felt that it was a little too little. Perhaps this guy had been looking for him all this time, so he wasted time. Of course, contribution points were a part of it. He took Luo Yunsheng's storage ring. He checked the storage ring with his mind power and was pleasantly surprised. Luo Yunsheng's storage ring only had less than 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. However, there was a demonic beast core at the peak of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. The demonic beast core's attribute was lightning. It was too easy for him to refine it with his lightning battle body. This was also something he needed to break through his cultivation. In addition, there were also the beast souls trapped in the beast soul pearl. These things were very helpful to Ling Xiao's cultivation as a beast god. He couldn't fully control the sun god beast soul, just like how he couldn't control the sky tyrant martial soul. Because he was too weak, these beast souls could not only be used to fight, but they could also strengthen the beast god's body and sun god martial soul. To Ling Xiao, the strengthening of the soul was as important as the strengthening of the body. He wouldn't let it go. Lin Yong was still healing his wounds. Ling Xiao thought about it and sat down. He was going to eat the demonic beast core and use the beast soul to refine his soul and improve his cultivation. He was very eager to improve his cultivation. After all, Yuan Neng was too strong. Even if he wasn't afraid of the desert, Yuan Neng was a nightmare. If Yuan Neng found out that he didn't die and even condensed the lava battle body, he would definitely skin him alive. He didn't want to die at the hands of that guy. That would be too unjust. How troublesome. Ling Xiao frowned as soon as he sat. Perhaps it was because the battle with Luo Yunsheng was so intense that it attracted a lot of people. There were people coming from the only two directions. Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and took a look. There were quite a number of people. Other than the disciples from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, there were also disciples from the Purple Immortal Mountain and other mountains. He quickly burned his bodies to burns. If he let these guys know that he killed Luo Yunsheng, he didn't know what would happen. He didn't want to cause trouble, did he? As he didn't Feiyu didn't the other kill the other disciples, however, they mustn't provoke him. Otherwise, he wouldn't show any mercy. Soon, these people arrived one after another. Ling Xiao noticed that the cultivation levels of the leaders were not weak. Among them, 5 of them were at the peak of the first level of the yin-yang transformation stage, hell. Presumably, these 5 people should be the leaders of some of the mountain peaks. Of course, although their cultivation was on par with Sha Hai and Cheng Feiying, their combat strength should be inferior. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to these people. He just sat there and paid attention to the situation around him. Lin Yang still needed some time to recover from his injuries. After Lin Yang finished healing, he would choose to leave. Let these people do what they want. He couldn't be bothered with them anyway. "Hey kid!" One of the first transition martial artists shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao still ignored him. "Kid?" These people really dared to shout. Fortunately, he had a good temper and wouldn't fight over such a small matter. "Don't play dead, kid. I'm asking you a question. Did a battle happen here just now? Who was fighting with whom?" Another person was infuriated when he saw that Ling Xiao did not say anything. "Do you see the storage ring on his hand?" A person next to him reminded. In fact, Ling Xiao had already put away Luo Yunsheng's storage ring. The storage ring on his hand was his. "Kid, hand over your storage ring and get out of here. You must have stolen this storage ring from someone else, right?" No one thought that Ling Xiao had stolen this storage ring from someone else, because among the martial artists who entered the ghost prison this time, only a few experts would wear storage rings. Ling Xiao definitely wasn't qualified. He wasn't a match for those experts. However, Ling Xiao still didn't say anything. He didn't even look at these people, as if they didn't exist. This kid is courting death. How dare he ignore us? Let's just do it. We'll split the things inside equally among the 5 of us. Someone suggested. Good idea. Since this kid doesn't know what's good for him, we don't have to give him face. Out of the 5 people, 4 of them had reached a consensus. Only one person walked to the side and shook his head. "If you want to deal with him, go ahead. I won't get involved." This person saw Lin Yang and didn't want to fight because his surname was also Lin. No matter what, from the current situation, this martial artist didn't leave because he wanted to protect Lin Yang. He was also a member of the Lin family. He couldn't hurt his benefactor, although he was also envious of the storage ring and the things inside. It's good that he's not here. The 4 of us can share more. The battle just now was so loud. It must be a battle between martial artists at the peak of the first level of the yin-yang realm. There must be something good in the storage ring. The remaining 4 people had long been blinded by greed. The surrounding martial artists couldn't interfere. They could only watch from the side. 10 of the Scarlet Deity Mountain disciples didn't say anything because they wanted Ling Xiao to be killed by these 4. Although these 4 were weaker than Sha Hai, they were also at the peak of the first level of the ghost prison. They must be very strong. Wait. At this moment, a terrifying murderous aura suddenly came from afar. Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. He knew who was coming. It was Yuan Neng. He must have killed many of the disciples who came in for the assessment, but failed to refine the lava battle body. He was furious and wanted to kill all the disciples. However, Ling Xiao was the only one who knew how terrifying Yuan Neng was. The 4 people who were about to fight Ling Xiao also sensed Yuan Neng's aura. They chose to leave excitedly. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.